welcome to the final day of AxieCon. I'm Kaylee Moore, the founder of High Vibe PR, and we have been Sky Mavis's communication partner for actually exactly a year this week, and what a year it has been. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here this week and get to meet the community members, the esports players, the casters, and I want to extend a deep thank you to everyone who could make it out this week and to those of you who are viewing from home. Before we kick off today, I have a couple of logistics. Today's Axie Town lineup includes popcorn, smoothies, ice cream from about 12 to 6 p.m. Starting at 11:20, there's another round of developer workshops led by the Tribly team in the Capitol Room. And we have our esports finals and closing ceremony today from 3:30 to 6:30. There are only 4 people left in the Classics World Championship, all battling for $75,000 and whatever they might have won in the qualifying rounds. Then we have our closing party from 6:30 to 12:30. Okay, but first up, we have 2 very special guests. So these days, the term metaverse is all the rage, but really the concept of the metaverse, as first described by sci-fi novels, was actually launched in 2003. Linden Labs first launched Second Life and became pioneers in the space before the metaverse was the investor buzzword that it is today. In this pre-recorded talk, we get to hear an exciting conversation between Sky Mavis's Jiho and Brad Oberwager and Philip Rosendale, the creators of Second Life, on world building, business models in the metaverse, and the community. Please enjoy.
Welcome, everyone, to this special occasion. I'm Zyori, and today we have a panel with the founders of Second Life, an online platform that maybe some of our older players might recognize. Second Life just celebrated its 19th anniversary and is known by some as kind of the original metaverse. Second Life doesn't have a lot of traditional gameplay that gamers are used to, but it does have a robust economy that's predicated on digital sales, virtual property, and a lot of things that we talk about here in Axie Infinity. I think their experience in this sector is kind of unparalleled, and I'm really excited to dive into a deep conversation with the founders of the Linden dollars before the days of blockchain and cryptocurrency. I'm excited to introduce, we've got Philip Rosedale, the founder of Linden Lab, and we've got Brad Oberwager, the executive chair of Linden Lab, as well as Jeffrey Zerlin, known as Jiho. You probably recognize him as a founder of Axie Infinity Sky Mavis. Jiho, I just want to start by talking about how excited I am to be here because I've played Second Life a little bit. I wasn't a hardcore user, but back in my high school days, I definitely did dive into it a little bit. And I was really fascinated by so much content and engagement being created in this place that didn't have any kind of manufactured war or alliances. It was all just one big sandbox for creatives to make of it what they wanted. And I just found that's so cool as someone that was playing really hardcore competitive games at the time. I'm curious, what's your history with Second Life? Have you ever dabbled in the realms of Second Life there?
My history has mainly been, I don't know, relatively exploratory and kind of research focused. I think a lot of the things that they've been saying about the metaverse and NFTs, they've been saying about Second Life for 19 years, right? So it's obviously a great case study to look at. I think that when we think about, whether Axie is best defined as a game or whether the metaverse will best come about through a game, I think those are the types of questions that I think I tend to look at Second Life for, and especially around questions around what are the types of behaviors, right, that people would spend for in virtual economies. So but I'm a noob, I would say, so I'm looking forward to learning more today.
Good. And I think there are a lot of people in our audience that are a little bit younger and might not be very familiar with Second Life. Philip, I'd love to hear your perspective on this a little bit. What are the demographics around Second Life these days? I mean, 19 years, first of all, congratulations. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. Demographics. Well, I think I was just having a conversation about this a few hours ago, and I think that the average or the median age of a Second Life participant, a resident, as we say, is like in their late 30s. From the very beginning, Second Life, though, was a very different experience. You know, it didn't feel like playing a video game. It felt instead like having to kind of forge relationships and figure out a world that you didn't understand at the outset. And so I think naturally it skewed a little bit older because it was people that were, you know, more expansive in terms of what they were looking for in an online experience. And you know, I think that's actually stayed pretty constant. People stay in Second Life for a very long time once they're there, something like 10 years, and believe it or not. And so naturally, we've all aged together as the thing has grown somewhat.
Wow, that's a pretty serious user retention. I'm sure this conversation is going to jump all over the place, but I think a good starting point might also be around economics. I know it's something that the Axie Infinity audience is really intrigued by. And like I said in our little intro, y'all were really ahead of the curve with this stuff. Y'all were doing your Linden dollars. I don't know if you called them tokens or what, but you know, this was pre-crypto. So you guys kind of had an internet virtual currency like way before it was cool. And I would love to unpack how you went about that, how you thought about like, how do we make this sustainable? How do we make sure it's not too inflationary? Like there's so many things spinning in my head. I'd love to dissect there.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, at first blush, at a very high level, as you say, right, it is interesting to note that the Linden dollar looks something like cryptocurrencies today. And if you go back to the beginning of Second Life, what I wanted to do was in every way possible to enable people to enter into this empty universe and create and make things and in fact build it, you know, and we wanted it to be this big shared single amazing kind of expanding island, which is now the size of Los Angeles. And in enabling people to do that, we obviously needed the building blocks that you would use to make things. If you wanted to make a house or something dynamic like a motorcycle or something, we needed to have the parts that you needed to build it. But we also needed an economy because we knew that in many cases, of course, people would want to build on each other's works. So somebody might make the, you know, one part for your motorcycle and somebody might make another part. So the thing that's really different about Second Life in comparison to cryptocurrency in its therefore short history so far, right, is that we wanted that aspect of money, which is enabling trade. What we wanted to do, and the only thing we wanted to do, was create a currency that enabled people to trade with each other, where by comparison, cryptocurrency has had a lot of different aspirations and often is experienced and participated in more as a store of value or a commodity. But what we wanted to do was nothing more and nothing less than allow somebody that wanted to buy the T-shirt that Brad's wearing from him to be able to do so quickly and easily. And nominally, those two people were in different countries. So that was the problem that statistically, they were in different countries. So that was kind of the big going in problem. We were like, well, there was nothing but, you know, the earliest version of PayPal at the time.
Exactly. I mean, 19 years ago, the landscape for financial services looked completely different. Fees were out of control and there was no way to do kind of microtransactions. So I guess the Linden dollar was really born out of a necessity, which is really not that dissimilar to Ronin, Chiho. The idea of, hey, we need cheap, reliable transaction fees for our users. Ethereum mainnet is too much. And it was really born out of a necessity to make it possible for our users to trade.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that you guys also have developed your own kind of financial infrastructure related to your own virtual economy, where that was an experience that we had to go through ourselves, where we built on Ethereum, tried to experiment with different side chains like the Loom network, and that all kind of built up to this revelation that, hey, like, if we don't build it for ourselves, no one's going to really understand all of the needs of our community. So that's kind of how we ended up building Ronin, the Ronin wallet. We even have our own decentralized exchange, Katana. So.
And one of the things our audience has been talking about recently is sustainability. In Axie Infinity, we have a lot of scholars. Some folks kind of talk about the extraction of guilds and people that are using play to earn to take money out of the ecosystem. I'm curious if Second Life has any parallels there. I know you guys don't have scholars or something like that, but was there a balance of folks that were kind of extracting from your economy as well as people that were putting into your economy? How did you line up those incentives?
Well, I mean, sorry, Brad.
Well, I was just going to say the way that it works is you can't do one without the other. So because it's not crypto, and one could say because it's more centralized, although there's quite a big difference between, being centralized and watching what everything happens, and just we own our own economy. The marketplace is a true marketplace, but the money comes into it with fiat, but it can only go out with fiat also. You can't take the Linden dollar and trade it on Coinbase. And so that balance, if you will, is sort of built into the system inadvertently. It wasn't that we said, it wasn't, and by the way, as much as I wish I was Philip's co-founder, I'm not the founder or co-founder of Linden, because I sometimes say we, but he has the,
we met a few years later.
Yeah. But that balance is created much the way, a currency is created in the real world. And so it can't be traded like a stored value. The value is always associated with the things happening within the world. That may be positive and it may be negative. It's certainly different than a crypto game, but it works very well for what Second Life is.
Just to give you the numbers, or to kind of frame it for everybody that's listening and doesn't, perhaps as you say, doesn't know much about Second Life. Second Life has an internal economy, or a kind of GDP, quite accurately, of about $650 million a year. And then the amount that people take out of the economy and put into the economy in fiat, Brad could correct me, but it's something like more like $80 million a year. So it's a small fraction of the internal economy's size. And that's something really important as we think about the future of the metaverse and of virtual worlds, because one of the key things to make Second Life successful was that people could trade circularly, as I often say, with each other. So say Brad made really, really cool clothes for avatars, and I was a programmer who made scripted objects like pets, right? Each of us could wander by the other's house, every few days and buy something from the other one as a kind of, as both because we were interested in it, but also because we liked each other and we wanted to support each other's work. In Second Life, there aren't any fees on a lot of those types of transactions. If I walk up to Brad in the world and I give him some money, there's absolutely no fee on that transfer. So that is critical, because the ability of a community to trade internally is a critical growth factor for driving the economy, both in the real world and in the virtual world. And so that's kind of a number that frames the whole thing, where by comparison, some of the things that have happened in crypto or crypto-based games are kind of more this kind of top-down flow, or even something like, say, Fortnite, pre-crypto, where people are basically, buying something from the house, and very infrequently they might trade it. But in the case of Second Life, as Brad was saying, all of the value is based not on speculation, but on utility. People buy things in Second Life because they need them or want them for their avatars or their homes or whatever.
This is a really simple question, but I'm sure there's somebody watching right now wondering, how does Second Life make money if a lot of the transactions and exchanges are free?
So Second Life is a fee-based, or it's a fee-based economy. So first of all, and this is something that Brad and I preach about a lot, with every muscle in our body to try to get people to listen to us. Second Life doesn't have, we don't advertise to people in Second Life. We don't surveil people. We don't store any information about people, and we don't advertise to them. So, and nor provide advertisers with information about them. So part of the reason for that was just that we started we started before the current wave of Facebook and Google and YouTube and Instagram and all the advertising that's there. So the way Second Life makes money is fees, two types of fees. One is fees on land. If you choose to own land in Second Life, we charge you a monthly hosting fee proportional to how much land you have, which is basically just helping us pay for the servers. So our largest cost, other than people, is the servers that run the system. And so we charge you a fee to cover that cost. The second thing is, some of the transactions, Brad mentioned our marketplace, happen in a marketplace that has fees that are basically like eBay. So they're single-digit percentage fees. So single-digit percentages on some transactions, not in-world ones, as I just mentioned, they bear no fees. And then fees on land, those make up the two ways that we as a company make money. And this is the thing that we're always trying to preach to people. We make a lot of money. We're a very successful company for the people that we have. And in fact, we make more dollars per resident, per person that's using Second Life over a year's time than YouTube does on advertisements, or Facebook does on Instagram, or in fact across its whole portfolio. So we make more money on fees than on ads. So this says something about the metaverse, which is don't do ads. It's dangerous and it's actually not as profitable as us.
Right.
You have users that are also kind of putting ads on their land for each other, though, right?
Right. So much like a world, right? Much like a country, in world you can advertise your wares. But that's a very different thing. You don't have the data. You advertise the way we advertised in the 1920s.
Billboards.
You billboards and you hope for the best. But we view that very differently than having someone come in, extract data, surveil our folks. Even though they're avatars, it's still the apocalypse if we have an entire metaverse paid for by surveillance. That would be bad. If you think about the way Philip was talking about it, it's also similar to the physical world. If you pay taxes for your house, and if you own something, what additionally is, if you own that land, you can break it up and rent it out. And you're a landlord and you provide services. We have people in the world who have their own customer support teams to support the people renting land from them that they're renting from us. And that marketplace is only 10% of transactions that we charge that single digit, that small percentage of. So it has to, and the key with that is, but what that drives is it drives value. You cannot pull this off if you're not providing more value than the renting of the land. And so it really is a self-checking system, which is the beauty of it.
What are some of the ways? What are some of the most surprising ways that you guys have seen people maybe monetize their time in game, right? What are the most surprising profession?
You haven't played too much Second Life, Jeff.
I just want everybody to.
No, I know it's a good question.
It's all surprising. Yeah, people used to ask me what surprised you about Second Life. We can come back to that, but that was always funny. I was always like, come on, it's like intentionally the most surprising thing. However, there are a number of things. Like one of the things I remember in this age of speculative cryptocurrency stuff, of course, there are thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars attached to things. But I remember there was a magic wand that you could buy from this creator in Second Life named StarAx, who's probably still, StarAx is probably still there. And this magic wand, you'd put it in your avatar's hand, and the thing that it would do is, now in those days and still today, many people talk with text. So people are standing next to each other as avatars, but they're chatting at each other with text, okay? When you would say something in text like Santa Claus, and you were holding this magic wand as a kind of a bullet point on what you just said, a giant Santa Claus would appear in the sky behind you and then crash and break into tiny pieces on the ground like a light bulb or something behind you. This guy had made this magic wand that was just supposed to be silly and funny, that would basically just add value to anything you typed. And the magic wand, StarAx's wand, was $50. And in $50 US, so times 250 for Linen dollars. And I remember, and people would say stuff like, all I want for Christmas is StarAx's wand. And I just remember being so blown away by the idea that there was something of real value, right? There was this thing that was $50 that was a little wand and some code and some behaviors. And I was just so delighted. This is probably 2004, 2005. It was just incredible to see that happen.
Was it a one-time use?
No. Good question. No, once you bought, now that lets me say, everything in Second Life is what we now call today an NFT. So objects in Second Life, even the individual atoms that make up the world, imagine a tiny little cube of wood, each of those atoms you can right click on, and they contain information about who created them, who currently owns them, if they're for sale, what price if they are for sale, and then if you buy them, what intellectual property rights are conferred to you. So for example, there's a checkbox for whether you can make copies of the thing once you buy it. There's another checkbox for whether it's no transfer, meaning that you buy it, but you can't sell it to anybody else. I guess that would be a bit like a soul-bound token today, in Vitalik speak. Mm-hmm. And then there was the whether you could modify it or not. So could you take apart this thing you bought and make changes to it? That's all in the metadata on each of the tiny atoms that make up everything in Second Life. And when I say everything, there's about 100 million, I think, of those atoms that are in this world that's the size of Los Angeles right now.
Which have created 2.2 billion items. So the 100 million
Right.
different atoms have created, there's 2.2 billion items in Second Life.
And when you say they're kind of like NFTs, are they actual NFTs or more they just have the properties of what we know of as NFTs today? It's sort of an analogous kind of a thing.
Right. They have the same behavior. They're not NFTs because we well, of course, as a matter of pragmatism, yeah, we initially just did this with a database. But there's, as Brad was saying, there's a lot of stuff that we anticipated about where we are today with Web3, because our intention was always to be transparent, as open as possible, as open source as possible. We did not believe that it was even feasible. And of course, hey, we were right, because it's still true today in terms of transaction rate and stuff, unless you're using something wonderful like a custom blockchain like you've built. But we at that time recognized that the only possible way we could build an interesting world would be to use a conventional database basically, and move data in and out of it as fast as we could. And today, even today, the transaction rate in transactions per second in Second Life is like 20. And so, as we all know, believe it or not, that's still more than the mainnet blockchains could handle.
Yeah, it's 1.6 million transactions a day, and we can move 1/250th of a dollar.
Right.
Right. So when we think about microtransactions, right, 1/250th of a dollar, that's a microtransaction for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I had no idea Second Life was structured that way. That is really mind-blowing and fascinating. So obviously you guys have been paying attention to Web3 and blockchain for a while. Do you ever see a world where Second Life adopts this technology? Or it sounds like you're kind of saying like, we've got a pretty good setup right now. We've kind of taken some of the best bits of the ethos and filled in some other gaps.
I think that the thing that inspires me about Web3 directionally, at a high level, is that it is the case that there are many instances in which it would be better to delegate ownership to a lot of people, to allow people to vote on things rather than having to choose a leader. There's a lot of things like that make a ton of sense. And again, if you look back at the blog posts from me circa 2005 or 6, I was saying, all of these things, which was, so for example, we open sourced our client, which was a very bold move at a time when we were the only game in town. I mean, there was nobody that had written software like Second Life. And we made the decision to open source our client. And in fact, today, and this is kind of cool, the #1 client that you use to access Second Life, not downloaded from this company. So, the most popular client is a third-party client. So it was one of those cases where not only was it open source, but it was a real deal. People actually forked that source code and made it. And one of our challenges today that we talk about all the time is if we make a big positive change to the software, we actually have to go out and lobby the other team to take that up into their code base and push it out there. So we really believed in that. But again, we didn't have any idea. We had a certainty that we couldn't sustain the kind of transaction rate that we would have needed. And also at the time, around the time that Bitcoin started, I mean, this is a separate fork we talk about, but I actually wrote and I've written about this online. I wrote a paper called Single Global Currency and talked to my board about how one might decentralize the economic system independently, which was, vaguely like what everybody was talking about, or like Bitcoin, which had just come out.
Jeff, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what Philip's describing really around user-generated content. I feel like we're so much earlier in the building of Ronin, right? Builders are just starting to enter our ecosystem. I feel like I can foresee a day where we have something similar. A lot of our stuff is out there. We want our builders to build in our ecosystem. And that's going to create a very collaborative sort of environment as we get more and more apps onto Ronin, right?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It seems like a lot of the economy in Second Life is kind of derived from the creation, the production, and the distribution of these NFT-like assets, right? And I actually also in some ways see Axies as UGC, right? Because all Axies except for the Origin Axies and the Mio Axies were actually consciously bred by a human being, right? That person was breeding them either for aesthetic reasons or because they thought that the Axies would be great in the meta. So I actually see each Axie as a piece of UGC, at least each bred Axie. And you also have now runes and charms, right? Which have been crafted by players, which you actually need to put in the time in Origin to earn the moon shards and the SLP to actually be able to craft these things. So yeah, I'm really excited to see, like, what are the other types of craftable, producible NFTs that emerge in the ecosystem over time. Of course, right, a big thing will be, as we open up Ronin more, different games, right? Maybe different Axie games producing their own, for example, equipment that is kind of specialized for their game. Right? I could see a world where there's a land-like system, or our land system, where people are producing artwork to hang on the walls, or signposts, or even billboards for billboard-like, I guess, signs for other people. So yeah, it's definitely really stimulating, and kind of acts as an illuminating light forward. But yeah, we still have a long way to go. But thinking about this kind of stuff and talking to people like Phil and Brad makes me really excited, and it's actually comforting in a lot of ways, right? Because sometimes it can feel like, hey, we're out here pioneering and doing things that have never been done before. But it's actually really comforting to learn about examples of virtual economies that actually work and have existed for a long time, right? People have probably been a lot of the negative things that people have been saying about Axie, perhaps people have been saying about Second Life for over 19 years now. So
yeah,
I'm still saying it.
Yeah, and you mentioned land there, Jeff. I think one big difference that I think Philip mentioned earlier is that it sounds like Second Life has an expanding land model. This is something that comes up all the time in blockchain gaming. How do you reward your early adopters that took that risk and have been on that journey with you for so long, while also still creating meaningful entry points for people that come in years down the road? And it sounds like that you guys have chipped away at that conundrum by having some sort of a scaling land type system so that it can keep growing and adapting to new users.
Yeah, in much the same way that we wanted to, while I don't want to overly simplify it, I would say that choice between rewarding early users and then providing a fair level playing field for later users is really difficult because, again, I'm oversimplifying it. It's kind of, you can have one or the other. It's difficult. And so with Second Life, there were really two things that we did that ensured that as it grew, and of course it grew exponentially. So which early group of people would you choose? I mean, it's like the same thing with blockchains, right? The ones that marched, the ones in 2009 or the ones in 2011, right? Big difference there. So with us, the two things that we had to stabilize were, as you say, the price of land and its value as time went by, and then the price of the currency itself. Again, if the currency price goes up in value, then people don't use it to buy and sell things from each other. That's the simple, any economist will tell you this. And it's been borne out in the blockchain where, at least for Bitcoin and Ethereum, these are not currencies. They are stores of value, which are appreciating in value, which is lovely, but does not makes them completely useless as currencies. So we had to keep prices steady. And then on land, yeah, we did a similar thing. So where with currency, we did this fascinating thing, which is we built an inflationary monetary policy that had a very specific algorithmic kind of approach to it in comparison, say, to fiat. In land, what we did, what made it easier and what still makes it easy today, is that there is a fundamental cost associated with deploying a new server on Amazon, and historically it was our own servers and our own server farm. So it kind of made it easy because there was a sort of an entry price for land to expand the island, if you will, that we had to suffer as the producers of the thing. And so we always had to charge that to people. And that sort of regulated the expansion rate because people were literally buying servers that were being put online.
Wow. Something to think about there, Jiho. How do we expand our land to accommodate all these new users that are coming in? My brain's spinning a mile a minute right now. We've got a couple of minutes left. I'd love to maybe hear if you guys have any regrets. We're here to pick your brains a little bit. A lot of our audience is probably like, wow, Second Life sounds really cool. These guys have been through the ringer. I'm sure they've learned a lot, and probably some things that if they could go back in time, they might do over. Anything come to mind that even might be related to Axie, or would love some advice to take home to the audience.
Well, from my side, and Brad might have something to add to this, kind of from a more current perspective, but Second Life has always been hard, and that reminds me a lot of blockchain stuff. And there are pros and cons to that, right? Sometimes with blockchain, I think that it's such a kind of a dark, deadly forest out there. You know, like somebody wrote that wonderful article, Ethereum is a dark forest, that I thought was just fantastic, having just read Dark Forest myself, the novel. You know, I think sometimes blockchain is kind of curious in that the lowest level of it is such utter savagery in terms of people trying to steal from each other and stuff, that you get this second layer where people really support each other and come together and are like, I'm sorry you lost that. Let's figure out how to fix it. Similarly, Second Life, when you get into it for the first time, is like very, very challenging to get your feet stable, you know, like to build your avatar, to find a place to live, to learn how to do certain things, you know, like make stuff. It's so hard that on the charm of it is that you have to find people to help you, kind of like with blockchain. The downside is you don't have as many people that are willing to go through that really complicated experience. So I guess the only regret that I would say would be, I mean, if I had a time machine, I suppose I might go back and say, you know, what are the core aspects of this that are so beautiful and wonderful for people? And is there any way to simplify any of that? You know, and I know that if you talk to somebody in Second Life, like if we were in Second Life right now and we asked people, they'd say, you got to make this or that aspect of it easier. And so I think that's something that is both true of Second Life and also maybe interesting to think about in the context of blockchains and wallets and all this stuff.
That reminds me of our Discord server, right? Like, I think one of the reasons that so we have one of the largest Discord servers in the world. And I think one of the reasons that it's so big is because, right, people would get interested in Axie and want to learn more and get a little bit confused. And then they would, you know, as gamers, they would jump in the Discord server and start asking questions. And there was this very supportive community that, right, kind of formed around answering these questions, right? We had, in the early days, we didn't have a support department. It was, you know, either the founders themselves answering support questions or members of the community, right? And that's actually even where we found our members of the support team. Were just, okay, who's answering the questions in the Discord the best and at the highest
Right.
pace and volume. So yeah, I wonder, like, what if like you guys had like a way for, hey, like, oh, there's a new user in the universe, right? Or a new subscriber. And then like personally assign them someone to kind of like escort them around and show them the universe or something. I feel like that's kind of I don't know. Yeah, that would be
certainly thought of and tried. It's the beauty of Second Life. I can't think of anything that we haven't at least tried once, but all of a sudden the team is like, we tried it didn't work. And I'm like, oh, when? 9 years ago. Maybe we can try it again. I don't know. Like, things have changed.
That's so true.
The thing that, what I'm hoping as I'm hearing all this, what I hope is that we don't have regrets 10 years from now. I think we are at this very interesting time. We're so new. We've done our thing for 18, 19, 20 years. The new kids on the block are starting. How do we work together? Not just we're learning stuff from you every day. We're willing to share everything about the way we do it, because how we work together in the future is going to define a lot of the future. And we have this tremendous opportunity to do good. Just the metaverse and all these things, it is a tremendous opportunity to have a very positive impact on the world. Equally so, there is a risk that what we're all doing can lead to the apocalypse. And I hope that we're not regretting. I hope we're not having an interview 5 years from now and saying, well, what'd you regret? We didn't do the right thing.
Yeah.
That I hope that we all choose to do the right thing.
You know, I think that something that is another warm, shining light like that is that Second Life, and don't believe me when I say this, just go look at the academic papers, go on Google Scholar and type in Second Life, for example, and you'll see what Brad and I are talking about. Second Life has been an overwhelmingly positive experience for the people who choose to participate in it. Now, not everybody chooses to participate in it. It's 1 million people, not 1 billion, but it's a very diverse group of 1 million people. And almost, I'm not going to say to a person, but overwhelmingly, the experience people have had there is very positive. So I think that's one of the things to think about in this age where we look at things like Instagram, or AI suggestions on YouTube or whatever, and we see this darkness of what seems to be a lot of harm caused by technology. Second Life really stands out, and I think future virtual worlds can as well, as very positive signs where people are brought together. People that don't share the same opinion meet in Second Life and get to like each other or start a company together or whatever. And there is therefore hope that if we do the right things with technology, we can cause really positive impacts. And I'm amazed that I have to say that, because when I started in 1994, really, when I kind of started my career in technology with the internet, it really seemed like almost everything we were doing was good for people. But of course now, in the last decade, there's been a lot of bad. But I think Second Life it indicates that there are good ways to bring people together online that does help and not harm. And as Brad said, that's what we've got to angle for. And these are very critical moments for the growth of all this stuff.
Wow, very motivational. Jiho, anything else to add here as we wrap this up? This has been fantastic.
I've been learning so much from Phil and Brad, and yeah, it's been an honor to chat with you guys and learn from you. And yeah, I think the Axie community would love to continue to learn more about Second Life and your experience with virtual economies. And yeah, I have a lot of like new threads of research that I'd love to dive into. So I'm excited, and yeah, thanks for being a part of AxieCon.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Great conversation.
Believe me, it's our pleasure. Absolutely. So very excited to see what you guys keep building. And don't worry, rest assured, we're going to keep building on our end as well. But thank you so much, folks. We'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. So now we are switching gears a little bit. I've lost my place. So, all right, I'm going to do it without my prompts. So we're switching gears a little bit. We were just talking about the metaverse, and now we're going to a topic that is very near and dear to my own heart, esports. So over the past 25, 30 years, I think esports has seen some pretty wild transitions. It went from kids gaming in their mom's basement to the introduction of gaming houses to multi-million-dollar companies with incredible brand deals ranging from Nike to BMW. But of course, with any form of rampant growth comes growing pains. Here to talk about the evolution of esports is Sky Mavis's very own Ziori, and Jason Lake, the founder of Complexity Gaming, one of the most valuable esports empires.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the main stage. It is officially Esports Day. As program lead of esports and content creators, this is a really big day for me. We've got the grand finals coming up this afternoon, but to get things kicked off, I really wanted to help contextualize why esports is so important, why it means so much to me, and how we can start to kind of bridge the gap, the history between traditional Web 2 esports and the future, at least in my opinion, with Web 3 esports. Jason Lake is here with me, the founder and CEO of Complexity. He is a veteran of veterans within the esports space. It's a privilege to have him on the stage. Jason, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed being here the last couple days, and I very much appreciate the invitation and the warm welcome I've received from the Axie Nation and the Axie community that's here at the convention. We were joking, usually when I go to gaming or esports conventions, a lot of people kind of know me and are always coming up to me, and it's a bit exhausting. And coming into this community where no one knew me, and just being another member of the community. I've received a very warm welcome. It speaks highly to the Axie Nation, and thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. And yeah, thank you. That's very much similar to my experience. When I started at Axie, I had some imposter syndrome. You know, I'm not a Web3 native guy. I've been following it for a lot of years, but I was worried, will this community accept me as someone who doesn't come from crypto? And all of them said, we need people like you. We've got a lot of folks that know crypto. We need people from outside crypto to bring some of those skills and knowledge in. Right. So seeing you in Twitter Spaces, seeing you start to learn about the space, I'm so excited to unpack this a little bit. And part of why I wanted to bring you here is because even within esports, you have a really unique history. Complexity Gaming has a very rich history. Very much recommend you go read that Wikipedia page about some of the business moves that Jason has made. But the big one is you guys now work out of the Dallas Cowboys office. So you're actually with one of the biggest sports franchises in North America. I mean, that's huge.
Yes, I founded Complexity in 2003, so next year's our 20th anniversary, and as many people in gaming know, 20 years might as well be 200, so I'm a bit of an old timer. I've been blessed to kind of live and experience many different iterations of gaming, all the way from the Atari as a child. I like to joke, I've been gaming for about 40 years, and I've been in esports about 20. At different iterations of esports. We ended up in 2017 doing a deal with the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. We built out a large facility on their campus in Dallas, Texas, Frisco, Texas, and continue to do our thing. And you know, I prefer to really be a futurist, and I always try to stay on the cutting edge. When I first started Complexity in 2003, I was actually building a series of law firms in Atlanta, Georgia, taking the traditional route that your parents would love you to do. Oh, my son got a finance degree, my son got a law degree, now he's building out law firms. But I always had a passion for gaming, and that passion drew me to my quote-unquote side gig to found Complexity, one of the first corporated esports teams in North American history. And during that time, and I hope some people in this community will find this encouraging, people that genuinely cared for me, my family that loved me, really encouraged me against doing this. I was investing a tremendous amount of money out of my own pocket to build Complexity. I was traveling around the world. I got married, had 2 wonderful kids. At one point, I was working as a lawyer in Atlanta all week, flying to Los Angeles every weekend. So it was very demanding, it was very expensive, and people were like, hey, like you've got a great thing going, you've got a wife, at the time you've got a beautiful daughter, you're building this law firm out, stop wasting your time with gaming, stop wasting your time with esports. They don't say that so much anymore. And I know there are people in the Web3 community, in the Axie community, that at times, you know, they're really passionate about this, they really believe in this, but people that love them and people whose opinions they value are like, stop this, like you're wasting your life. So if my story might be a bit encouraging on that regard, I hope so.
I love to hear that because it parallels my experience so much. I got into esports in 2010 and had very similar conversations with friends, family members, colleagues that said, no one's ever going to pay you to watch other people play video games. We think you're just looking for an excuse to play video games yourself. How is this going to be a business? I was in university then as a business major, and I tried to write a business plan about esports, and they said, nope, unless you're making games, we don't want to hear about it, which is kind of funny for an entrepreneurial program and seeing where we are now. And I hear a lot of parallels, I guess, in where Web3 is at right now. And even, you know, when the bull markets come and things start to balloon, there's some similarities there. You know, things start to get over-leveraged, over-invested, and we've certainly seen some of that in esports as well. It has bubbled a few times.
Yeah, and I think even casual gamers don't really realize how far competitive esports has come. I break down esports into kind of 3 segments. Esports 1.0 was kind of the beginning, late 1990s, early 2000s. A pro gamer generally would compete with their teammates from his mom's basement or her mom's basement, right? They might only see their teammates once or twice a year, usually at a CPL or a QuakeCon or something like that. Esports 2.0 was kind of the dawn of the gamer house. We started taking things really seriously because we'd rent a large house, the team would move in with their coach, and they would basically train 24/7. What we discovered was it's not necessarily healthy living with your coworkers. The team would get better really fast, but after that they would end up hating each other. You go to make a sandwich, your teammate's there. You want to have your significant other over, your teammate's there. You're brushing your teeth, your teammate's there. It was too much. So when we moved to Texas, I set out to build what I call Esports 3.0. It's really the evolution of professional player lifestyle. mental health care, physical health care, nutrition. The gamers that we have that live in Texas live in luxury apartments, so they have privacy. After work each day, they can go home and have their own space. They get breakfast and lunch at the Cowboys training table, which is food prepared for the Dallas Cowboys players, so we have their nutrition covered. We have a gym on the property where they get free memberships and have to exercise. We don't tell them what they need to do, but they need to exercise, so we have that covered. We also have a sports therapy hospital on the property where they get physicals, any preventative or reactive medical care. Then they come over to our facility where we spent millions of dollars building out, and you can find a lot of this on YouTube, some of the most advanced training facilities in the world. Our gamer rooms have temperature controls so we can control the temperature, lighting controls so we can have them flashing or replicate any background light. We can pump crowd noise into our training rooms. And of course, we spend a lot of time worried and focused on player mental health and training. So all the way from the proverbial mom's basement, our gamers are now training in multi-million-dollar facilities. So esports has come a really long way. I guess what the average gamer would ask, the average Axie fan would ask, is why should I care? And I think that's a really, really good question. If you study the history of esports, you need to ask yourself, why have some of the biggest developers in the world thrown so many millions of dollars behind this? Why has Valve now funded majors? Why has Riot now done an entire franchise system around League of Legends? And to me, I think it really comes down to a basic human instinct. When we're really passionate about something, we're really interested in people that are very excellent at that thing. If you like playing basketball, you're watching Michael Jordan, right? If you're playing American football, you're watching Tom Brady. Why are you doing that? Because you're really passionate about an activity. There's something inside of us that seeks to admire and seek out excellence in that activity. So yes, gaming is much, much larger than in the niche of esports. The Axie Nation and community and the wonderful scholarship system and the wonderful programs that like Gabby at Yield Guild have built out are always going to be much bigger than your esports programs. But having esports programs, supporting those in your community who really aspire to that excellence, ensures the longevity of Axie as a community, as a game. It really highlights and exposes those who have these unique skills, this unique discipline, and just the ability to really achieve something that as passionate Axie fans you care about. So yeah, esports isn't always going to be the focus for maybe the large Axie Nation, but esports has a value to the Axie ecosystem. See Cairo in the back?
There he is.
Being here a couple days, I've already started to learn who some of your best players are, and honestly, I didn't know coming in. There's always going to be a pushback. I saw the legend Chuck has joined the anti-esports group over at Quest, and I love that. I love the fun banter. But as an old-timer coming from traditional esports, with years and years across multiple games, I promise you, if you build your esports program, if you lift up the players amongst you that are the best at what you do, it invigorates your community. It adds something to your community that without the competitive aspect, without that aspiration, without the Michael Jordans to look up to, your community will be lacking. So.
Very well said. I often think of esports as the great amplifier.
Yes.
I've had so many job offers of people saying, Zayor, you seem to know esports. We want to hire you so that you can make our game popular. We want to use esports as a marketing tool to bring in new users. And I've always said, I don't know if it really works that way. I think you need this base of organic energy, these hardcore players that are playing through thick and thin, even when it doesn't always make financial sense. When I think back to the StarCraft 2 days, 2010, you go to those early MLGs, it didn't really make sense. A lot of the people there were working hourly jobs, saving their money so that they could quit and then be a pro for 3 months and just live in that cycle and hope that they could make it. But when you met those people and you sensed the passion, you could sense that there was something there and that this was pushing these games to a whole nother level. Yes. And I think that energy is infectious.
Yeah, there's definitely been games that have tried to force esports for esports' sake. And I'm not going to call out anyone because I don't want to offend any developers or any of my friends who might have been on those teams, but those usually fail. The core of any successful video game, in my opinion, comes down to number one, it needs to be a good game. You can try to force these games down any community or esports. It needs to be a good game that people are passionate about and want to engage with. And number two, and perhaps even as important, is community. There needs to be a certain amount of people around the world that are passionate about this good game, that want to engage with this good game, that want to meet people that also enjoy the game that they enjoy. And as that passion grows and as that community grows, that is when a true esport can really be born. And I definitely see that in Axie, more so than any other Web3 game that I've seen currently. So I would encourage the Axie Nation to definitely get behind your esports pros, get behind the esports programs, reach out to people like Jiho and Andrew and be like, hey, you know, I might not be the best player in the world, but I want to support this. I want to support this for the Axie Nation because you have a big enough game, you have a good game, you have a passionate community, and in my humble opinion, this is the next step that you really should take.
Absolutely. So before long, we'll expand our panel and bring out a few more folks here. But I wanted to now shift gears into the actual rails of Web3. We talk a lot about digital asset ownership, giving players more control over the ecosystem. This idea of Axie being a DAO that will eventually be governed by AXS token holders. And esports is part of our thesis where who could be more valuable and dedicated to this ecosystem and care about it than the pro players that spend their time competing every day. So we're hoping that will help reduce the risk of this DAO failing and insulate us from some of that risk. Really curious where your head is at in terms of how digital ownership and even this play and earn, play to own, all these emerging models affect your business model as a team.
Oh my goodness, I'm glad you asked me. And we're about to get, like you said, a couple really smart people up here. Like I mentioned earlier, when I first got into esports, most everyone I knew thought I was crazy. And it ended up working out pretty well. And I'll be really transparent and honest with you right now. The general quote-unquote traditional esports community around the world views Web3 and Web3 gaming with a lot of skepticism right now, to put it kindly. So I have people that run large companies around the world that see me in the Twitter spaces, that see me attending AxieCon, that are like very skeptical, like, what the hell are you doing? I see the same thing with what you all are building that I saw in 2003 with the dawn of esports. This is the evolution, not only of esports, but of gaming in general. I always go back to the story of my son, which was just a couple years ago. I'd spent over $1,000 on Fortnite V-Bucks, and he'd kind of outgrown the game. And he said, Dad, I got this massive inventory. I want to sell it so I can use these funds to buy, Call of Duty or whatever it was he was playing at the time. And I'm like, and that is the problem. For far too many years, developers have consumed too much of the economic ecosystem. To me, what Web3 and decentralization and the DAO that you mentioned, the end goal is that we can all share as part of the ecosystem. I'm appreciative of the developers that have built these massive games, from the Blizzard games like WoW and Diablo and other games like Counter-Strike and League of Legends. Without them, we wouldn't be to where we are today. But now I believe it's time to evolve where we all get to share a piece of the pie, where we enjoy digital ownership for the assets that we either earn through hours of grinding or we spend real fiat on. So in my personal opinion, you are on the cusp of the next evolution of esports, which is why I'm really honored to be here, which is why when people in traditional esports or gaming look at me and tell me I'm crazy, I feel very much at home, because that makes me feel confident, because they told me I was crazy then, they tell me I'm crazy now, and I'm here to humbly join you and leaders like Gabby and Jiho and Ziori and others on this journey. So.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being here. Let's expand this. I want to welcome John Yao from Team Secret and Scott McMillan from Method. Hey guys, welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. All right, very happy to have some new minds here. And I'm so excited about this panel because all three of you are starting to engage with the Axie ecosystem, but in kind of different ways. Jason's maybe a little bit newer, and my advice to him was watch, learn, come hang out at AxieCon. I'll introduce you to some players, and let's see what happens. John, Team Secret, you guys dove into Axie early. You said this scholarship thing is cool. We've got a big presence in Southeast Asia. Let's go for it. I just want to get my hands dirty and dive in. And Scott, you guys have a huge history of running events and tournaments. You've already announced a huge Axie tournament that's taking place, I think, underway already, and have very much committed to Web3. So I'm excited to extend this conversation of where Jason and I just left off of how this starts to shift the business model for your different teams and kind of what you're most excited about in terms of Web3 rails and that intersection of esports. So John, I want to start with you. First of all, welcome to the panel. I love the shirt. You look great, man.
Thanks. I actually got it here.
Oh, perfect.
So I was like, I need to represent Barcelona, right? So
good. Play to the audience. I like it. You know your crowd. But how are you, man? How's AxieCon been?
Good, good, good. Yeah, I mean, very excited to be here. I think the energy in the community here is like really amazing. As soon as I walked in, I was like, wow, this is like pretty cool. I mean, this is the first convention I've been to since since before COVID. So it's super exciting to be here in person, see the community get together in person, and just loving the energy.
Absolutely. And Scott, welcome to the panel as well. How are you, sir? We got to sync up last night. A pleasure to have you here in Barcelona.
Yeah, this is my first Web3 event, and I'm definitely not disappointed. It's been great to be here with the Axie community. We actually have quite a few of our players actually competing in the esports programs that's going on here at the event, so we've been catching up with those guys as well. It's been great to follow. I think the finals are going to be on this stage later today, so I'm really excited to follow that. And, yeah.
We're the lead-in, so we'll see. Fingers crossed. Maybe you'll see excuse me, some of your players on the main stage. So John, you were one of the earlier ones to make this dive into Axie Infinity. I'm curious, maybe some of your high-level takeaways. The scholarship model has changed a little bit. How have you guys adapted to the turbo speed in which Web3 moves at?
I think the biggest learning is, finding out that a lot of gamers and traditional gamers have such apprehension towards like Web3 gaming. And it's something that we have tried to sort of mend and build the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 gaming. And a lot of it has to do with communication, education, and just kind of like making our community feel like, hey, this is it's safe, right? And it's like for us, Web3 gaming is it's a venture that we want to be in because we believe it's the next frontier. And the next big thing in gaming, and we truly believe that. And maybe our community doesn't believe that yet, but maybe there are ways. And because the business models in Web 3 and Web 2 haven't totally been defined yet, and there's a lot of room to explore, we think there will be opportunities that make Web 3 gaming very palatable to traditional gamers, and we'll get there eventually.
I'm glad you mentioned education, because that word gets thrown out a lot, but I think the execution of the education is what's really important. How's that been for you guys with Method? Have you found similar struggles in getting your users to understand what's happening here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's important to maybe give a little bit of background about why we got so interested in Web3 in the first place. So, for those that don't know, Method is like a 17-year legacy esports organization. We started things back in 2005, mainly as World of Warcraft. And as you mentioned, we've been very focused on putting on events. We're actually probably most well known for putting on the Race to World of First in World of Warcraft. That's like a huge event that just takes over Twitch when it goes live like every 6 months or so. But with Method, we've always tried to, I guess you could say, focus on being in control of our own destiny. Because typically the economics of esports, it's pretty challenging for esports orgs out there right now. Like the major tournaments that take place, like the franchisee leagues, like the LEC, the LCS, that kind of stuff. Also, what's happening in other major games like CSGO and whatnot. Basically, what you have in esports right now is a lot of the revenue is typically flowing, to the publishers or to the tournament organizers first. That's on media rights, sponsorships, all that kind of stuff. And there's like a less of a trickle down, I guess you could say, to the actual esports organizations. That at the same time as all the other economic stuff that's going on, like player salaries increasing, prize pools, all that kind of stuff. So with Method, I guess you could say we've always been very focused on trying to have more ownership in a space that's very difficult to actually have ownership, as an esports organization. So content creation, big focus, putting on our own events that we have full control of, like through the Race to World First. Jason's very familiar with this. He's put on a few of these himself over the years. But then owning like a bunch of websites. So the educational content piece you mentioned, very, very interesting for us. When it comes to World of Warcraft, we've always done like a lot of class guides, a lot of boss guides, like offered a ton of educational content through websites, but also on YouTube. So really just trying to, like I said, control more of our own destiny through the ownership of the digital assets, so like mobile app, desktop app, websites, and content creation events. And so when Web3 was coming along, this is towards the end of last year, we definitely took a good look at what YGG was doing, obviously, with the scholarship model and whatnot. But like the fundamentals of it, like the opportunity for players and teams to have like an ownership stake potentially, or ownership to digital assets in the Web3 games, that really got us interested. It's just like basically an evolution of what we were already trying to do with Method over the years. And so we kind of dived into it with both feet at the end of last year when we created Method MetaGuild. And so obviously the space is still quite young. There's obviously a lot of challenges when it comes to the Web2 side of things, especially in the space that we're involved in. We primarily focus on MMOs, RPGs like World of Warcraft, Path of Exile, Diablo, Minecraft, stuff like that. That player base, they're very PC focused. There's definitely a lot of resistance, I guess you could say, right now for Web3. But for me personally, I believe it's the future. And a lot of the conversations I've been having with like people who are running a lot of the esports orgs are very, they share the same kind of mindset. It's just that the shift, I think, from the player side of things is going to take a little bit longer. Than
I'd love to unpack that resistance a little bit. Very well said, by the way, because it's something that we all deal with, and I think it's a risk and actually a little bit scary to think, how is our traditional audience going to react to this? I see the value, I believe in it, but how do we communicate it in a way that our audience will see that value and start to believe it? It was a big challenge, but one thing that made me feel confident was knowing that when I made the switch, there were a couple Dota pros that went, oh, this looks interesting. One of them is here. His name is 1437. He won Season 21 of Classic, and he just won the first Season 0 of Origin. And for me to see a Dota pro make that switch and really embrace the community, the game, and see what this is about, that makes me feel like we're really onto something. But we still haven't really cracked the code on how do we get that to happen in mass? How do we get the bulk of gamers to really embrace this? Jason, I'm curious what your thoughts here. How do we tackle this?
I just think you keep doing what you're doing. You need to work, obviously, with Sky Mavis and encourage them to continue to support the esports ecosystem. You need to support the players, whether it's on social media or however that might be. To any sophisticated observer, it's not rocket science that despite exponentially growing audiences, the team business model has been a challenge to monetize since day one. Sponsorships still remain, kind of the lion's share of our revenue. We've now been able to get revenue share, as was mentioned, from nearly every league. But the developers and the centralized creators of the game still kind of monopolize not only the control of the community, the control of the game, what happens in the game, and the revenue streams. And as part of Web3, for me, just from a business perspective, I really see it as a way to grow the team business model, the league business model, and as we talked about earlier, the casual gamer's ownership inside the game. I'm a firm believer that as we all get more tangible, real ownership in the games are actually going to do better. The games are going to last longer. They're going to create even more passionate communities. And I certainly tip my hat to both John and Scott for being pioneers. As John mentioned, it's not easy from our end to necessarily dive headfirst into this community. I'm just being really honest. We've built brands over years and years and years, and not everyone in gaming and esports sees what we collectively see, so we take a lot of heat. I'll be honest, I will take heat for speaking on this stage today. I don't care, but that's kind of what we're dealing with. We're trying to deal with brands that have spent years and years of passion and sweat and tears to build and integrate them into this world because we believe what you are building answers a lot of the problems, not only for us and our players, but for everyone in the entire community. So I tip my hat to them. They were definitely here before me. I'm here to humbly learn and continue to meet people in this wonderful community. But I'm confident, as I keep saying, that what you are building is the next thing. And I hope someone quotes me in 5 years. Web3 gaming is what's next.
Yeah, I've definitely.
There you go.
Strong statement. Well, I definitely feel Jason's passion there. I was actually saying to him when I chatted to him the other day that I obviously follow him on Twitter, and I've seen him in so many spaces in regards to like the Web3 movement. He's definitely doing his research. So I think he's probably been in this a little bit longer than he's hinting. I think, but yeah.
John, how were you able to dive in so confidently? Because you and I have known each other for a pretty long time, so we had a pretty early conversation as the scholarships were really taking off. But you guys were very early movers, and you seemed so eager and confident to accept that risk, and we're just going to figure it out. That's how we learn. What gave you that confidence?
Well, I think it's actually the economics side of things. When you look at the economics of traditional esports and traditional esports teams, right? We all know, I mean, it's shit. I think something like 90% plus, 95% of esports organizations on the team side are not profitable. Right, they just lose money, and they continue to invest in it, as fans, as a community, and in hopes of the business model shifting or evolving into something that may become one day sustainable. But it's not so much today, and so esports, from a business perspective, is really for like the top 5%. Right, you win every tournament, or your brand is so big that you can actually build something that's sustainable. Whereas everybody else, sort of like the middle class and below, it's hard to kind of get into that. What we really liked about Web3 and about Axie is that it democratizes sort of the economics of esports and gaming, so that it's not only like the top 5% that can thrive or even participate, but it's everybody can participate in the economy of gaming, right? And so, like 1437, right? He won the season. He's probably doing okay financially in terms of the rewards and everything, right? But even if you're an unranked player, right, you can still do okay. You can still participate, and that to me is very powerful, and kind of upends the traditional construct of how economies work in gaming. And so that to us was the main attraction towards why we think this is sort of the future.
Wow, I love it. To follow up on that, does anything scare you about this concept of the DAO, the decentralized autonomous organization? Such a big, scary word. I love the potential. I love the philosophy of players having say in the ecosystem where they spend so much time. But when I start to think about it in a world where there isn't a lot of KYC, we don't have a lot of Sybil resistance in some cases, I get a little nervous about attack vectors. Are you guys still pretty bullish on DAOs? Do you get nervous that the players might make short-term decisions at the expense of long-term?
To an extent.
Yeah.
To an extent. I'm very bullish towards the concept of it, but I do believe that having sort of too much democracy where everybody gets to say in everything is probably not healthy, because not everybody is informed about every topic. And so I think the concept of the DAO is good, but with potentially more centralized guidelines around what can be voted upon and what can be engaged. Because there are things where, as a developer, you have much more knowledge and what's more, insight into these are the critical things that we need in order to make this, what it is. And you can't necessarily have, the community sort of take you away from that, central path. But there are design elements within that you can let the community decide. So I think it's more like, democratize sort of the decisions, but within certain guidelines.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. That's well said, actually. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Like in general, I am just when it comes going back to the gaming side of things. I do think there's going to be a big shift in the future. Like we talked about, like right now it's like 99% publisher, game developer controlled. Seeing more of that percentage go to the community, I think, is 100% the future, and that's what I'm really excited about here.
Yeah. I just feel like it gets complicated sometimes in free market economies, because what's best for one individual actor might not be best for the sustainability of the economy at large, right? Some systems are kind of zero-sum by nature. I'm curious if you have any thoughts around this, Jason. Like, do you get nervous when you see how DAOs are structured? And there's been a lot of experiments already. Some have gone better, some have gone worse. So we do have a little data to pull from.
I am definitely going to step back and say this is where my expertise kind of ends. From what I do understand, I'm confident that DAOs or some form of the DAO system is going to be very critical in the future, and not only the future of gaming, but beyond. But like John said, there need to be guardrails. We need to understand that human nature tends to lead some people towards wanting to corrupt the systems that are so critical to what other people enjoy. So I think without guardrails, DAOs can run amok. Pure democracy, under the definition of that term, can be a bit challenging and dangerous without those guardrails. So I'm certainly not an expert when it comes to DAOs. I'm really bullish on the long-term future of what they stand for, but I'm also at times a bit concerned and cynical that we need to build them in a way that accounts for human nature and the tendency of some to want to destroy the beauty that's been created by others.
Totally. And I mean, we have to also remember the nature of competition. It is a player's job, a manager's job to push for every possible advantage within the rule set, right? Push for that 5 minutes, push for that extra bit of rest. And it's a tournament admin's job to push back and say, hey, no, that's against the rules. There's a line and we've now stepped over, so dial it back. And those two forces kind of keep each other in check. So like you said, you need those guardrails where the players can't also be the administrators, because now we have a conflict of interest. And that's a little too granular, but when you zoom out, it's like, okay, what does it mean to have a game that's owned and governed by the players if the players are the competitors and they're building part of that esports infrastructure? It turns into a really interesting conversation, I think. Okay, cool. So I want to talk about the rails of Web3, and I want to calibrate this conversation, because one thing that drives me crazy is when people in crypto talk about how crypto is the answer to everything. We've solved human greed because we've got the blockchain. Folks, that's not true. Blockchain and smart contracts do not solve for the human condition. They don't solve for human greed, but they do maybe give us some more tools to insulate ourselves against these temptations. One of the most simple implementations I talk about is USDC on mainnet Ethereum. Stuff like what community gaming is doing, where they're building these tools that have back-end automation, where now tournament organizers can create a bracket, they can lock the prize pool into a smart contract so everyone knows it's verified, it's there, that the money exists, and then when the tournament's complete and the results are verified, the admin clicks one button, and that money goes to all the players immediately, no matter where they are in the world. Their user address on the website is their wallet, so there's no paperwork, there's no waiting for all this information, there's no insane wire fees, assuming the gas isn't too high at that given moment. But to me, this is actually a really fundamental thing that can help esports in a very aggregate way. All of us, I think, have suffered some of the pain points of trying to move money internationally on a global scale. I'd be curious, do we concur? I mean, are we looking towards like larger rails to really have an impact, or can we start small and kind of build from there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it solves a lot of the current challenges in esports. It's not, these challenges are not faced, every day, but they still pop up. And challenges like transparency, right? So there are still tournaments and this happened much more long ago. Doesn't happen so much today, but it still happens, where you go to a tournament, you play the tournament, and all of a sudden, a month later after the tournament is over, you're like, oh, where's the prize pool? Is the organizer still around? Yeah. What's going on, right? So there's transparency in having the smart contract out there and having the funds are kind of directly visible. And then there are pain points like the length of time it takes between the tournament actually occurring and people getting paid, players getting paid, the organization getting paid, casters, talent, everybody else getting paid, and this makes it sort of instant. And then there's challenges like transferring money internationally, right? We have players that are all over the world, and in some jurisdictions that it's not very easy to make wire transfers, and so this makes it borderless. And to us, it solves many of the major challenges that exist today in esports.
I have vivid memories of going into the bank to do a physical wire transfer to send money to Colombia. That poor artist, he did such amazing work, and it took so much time to send him that relatively humble invoice. Yeah. Scott, I'm curious if you have anything to add here on this sort of Rails discussion.
Just again, echoing what John said there, the transparency element and the verification element is great, especially for the examples you gave there. Yeah, I agree with pretty much what you said.
Well, so how about the next level? I have seen a ton of white papers and decks for these hugely elaborate esports fan token systems, and they sort of have different angles, but generally they tend to be framed as like a Twitch killer, where we're a streaming platform, we're a fan token, there's all this engagement and all the value gets captured, and players can issue tokens, and there's varying degrees of complexity. But often when I look at these systems, I think we're jumping too many steps ahead. We need to establish a base to this thing before we start building up. And a lot of those systems, to me, I think it needs users to work. Right. And I don't know how we get that many users to jump aboard on something that's that new and so complicated. I feel like we need to go a little bit step by step. But I'd be curious if anyone here maybe had a bullish case for some of those platforms. Is there going to be a Web3 Twitch killer? Any thoughts around that? Because I hear that. It's like the World of Warcraft killers. World of Warcraft is still going. So
everything's a killer. I think there's some interesting... Am I on?
Yep, okay. There we go.
I think there's some interesting... I don't want to... There we go. Are we...
I think we're cool. There we go.
There's some interesting platforms out there. You got Chili's and Rally and some others. And What makes me smile, and this I think comes a bit with age, is the average person in the community, in my opinion, they say, oh, we're early. You don't understand how early we still are. Because I can look back to when I founded Complexity, there was no YouTube yet, there was no Facebook yet. There was things that you grew up with and take for granted were not there yet. I remember this clip, I think it's from the Today Show or something, where they're sitting around drinking their coffee and they're like, what is the internet? What are we supposed to do on the internet? And people play that today and they laugh at it. But that's where we are in Web3. We are still in the kind of the MySpace phase, where you've got this wallet, you've got these C phrases. Like, it takes intellectual intentionality to just engage with some of this ecosystem, right? You remember the first time you got into Axie, you're like, wait a minute, I gotta buy these and I need this and run. It's not intuitive. As more and more companies come along, whether it's with creator systems or Web3 type of Twitch platforms, and make it more intuitive, imagine the jump from MySpace to the Facebooks, and then it goes to the Twitter, to the TikTok. Just imagine that history of the internet. You're going to see that again through Web3, you are all pioneers. And your children are going to be like, wait a minute, you had to have wallets, you had what was a ledger? They're going to think it was so antiquated, so MySpace, it's like coding, what is going on? Because all of this is going to mature, and Web3 is going to be built into everything in our daily lives. And I'm really passionate, and I'm a big believer that it's going to improve lives all around the world, the developing markets in the Western world, all around the world. So how that affects creators is going to be positive. How that affects team owners is going to be positive. How that affects developers and gamers is going to be positive. And as usual, gamers are probably going to be leading the charge, right? Gamers are usually at the front, the pioneers, the trailblazers, building these things when they're still hard to do. Well, you wait for grandma to catch up with Facebook so she can click one button to share a picture from her birthday party. And that's where it's going to go. It's going to get easier. It's going to get more ubiquitous. But what you are building and what we are doing, you are still very early, and it is going to change the world.
I often say a lot of Web3 right now is still developers building things for developers. We haven't hired the UX guys yet, but they're coming. They're coming. And believe me, Sky Mavis is hiring UI people like crazy because easing these pain points is a huge part of user adoption.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily looking actually for, when I look at a lot of these new projects that are coming out, I'm not really looking for, oh, this is the next Twitch, or this is the next YouTube, right? Because I think that even if you look at like traditional web development, there's already a Twitch, there's already YouTube. When new platforms come out, like when we first started in esports, Team Secret, you have your traditional social media platforms, and now it's like, oh, what's our TikTok strategy? How do we move content in a form that really appeals to the community on that platform? And it's a platform that has elements of other platforms, but it's like kind of different, right? And so for Web3, I'm looking forward to new use cases, right? That's not going to be, this is the Twitch of Web3, but this is going to be something entirely different that defines a new use case that people really, really enjoy, that really want to get into it. And so, I think that'll be, what is going to be game-breaking and very successful.
Some real innovation. Scott, anything to add there?
Listen, these guys are taking it away again, yeah?
Perfect. Well, maybe we'll give you to start one as we start to wind things down here and get closer to our esports showcase. I don't want to be too hyper positive, even though I am bullish. What has you guys nervous right now? What are the vectors where you feel like, where are some cracks where things can slip through? Scott, what keeps you up at night when you think about Web3 and esports specifically?
The scene itself is just evolving so rapidly. Like this, you've constantly obviously got to be on the move to keep up with what's going on and be quite innovative, which is something we've always tried to do with Method anyway. But for example, when we first started Method Guild, like at the end of last year, obviously the scholarship model was extremely popular, right? So to begin with, we ramped up to like 4,000 scholars extremely quickly. Now, obviously, the economics of that's changed significantly. We've kind of pulled back quite significantly to focus more on like the competitive and like the esports pro side of things. So just constantly shifting, I guess, and adapting to what the landscape is bringing. But that being said, like the overall idea of it, regardless of the changes, the future is obviously still looking very, very bright. I would say what's keeping me up at night is definitely coming from the traditional gaming and esports background and like heavily involved in World of Warcraft personally. Like I said, I know the resistance to obviously the Web3. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get over that. That definitely keeps me up a bit for sure. Because obviously we still run Method, the esports org, working with like 40, 50 content creators, players. So I think when it comes to like the new venture into Web3, we've mainly been able to lean, I guess you could say, on like our experience and expertise in the staff team, I guess, in running Method and putting on all the events and everything. But I think the content creators and player side, that's something that's going to have to tag along a lot later. So I'm excited to see when that actually happens. But for us, because we're so focused on MMOs, RPGs, it's mainly like the very prominent desktop kind of PC games that we're focused on. And I think the fast adoption that's coming right now is mainly in the mobile space, right? Which is great. But I think it's going to take a little bit longer for like our core like gamers and content creators to kind of make the jump. And that comes obviously with continued developments. And I love what I'm seeing here at AxieCon, like the builder program you guys are doing. That's awesome. And I'm excited to see what comes from that.
I mean, I can feel that anecdotally. I was very negative about mobile esports in 2018, 2017 when that dialogue was emerging. I've told this story before, but when I first met Psych out in 2018, he said, we might have esports with this one day. And I said, mobile esports? Forget about Web3. The fact that it's mobile isn't going to make it possible. Obviously, I was completely wrong. That was a ego-driven thesis because I was a hardcore PC Dota gamer guy.
Master Race.
Exactly. So I've certainly evolved that dialogue a bit, and now I think mobile is this next big wave to include so many more gamers around the world. But John, what keeps you up at night?
What Scott said. No, I'm kidding. So I think innovation requires experimentation, right? And so what keeps me up at night is how do we experiment, but experiment also in a safe or insulated way, because experimentation carries risk, right? And if you look at a lot of the esports orgs and esports teams that have done things like issue your fan token, things like that, by and large, those have not been very well received because the use cases have been kind of flimsy, right? And it's nice to have esports organizations experiment and do these things in Web3, but when you look back on it, some of them have been kind of rug pullish, and some of them have been flimsy in the use case, and some of them just like have not worked out one way or the other. And I think that for us, I want to continue experimenting. I want to continue to invest in Web3 projects, but I want to do it in a way that doesn't open up like, oh, I do this Web3 project, and because the community has such a negative backlash towards it, it kills off any other experiments that I want to do. Right? So I want to do it in a way where it's like, oh, we're experimenting into this type of project. It may or may not work out, but even if it doesn't work out, then we can try a different one without sort of the bad taste in people's mouths on your ability to pursue future projects.
I like that. Responsible experimentation. Beautiful. Jason, last but certainly not least, what's got you worried here from your perspective?
I totally agree with what's already been said, so I don't want to repeat that. And I don't want to go down too deep a rabbit hole with macroeconomics. But as I've said, I'm incredibly bullish on Web3. It's easy to be short-term worried. We saw the Ronin hack, and if you follow the space, it feels like every other day there's a hack or there's a rug pull, and there's so much negative news that comes that can almost divert your attention from all the positivity that's happening. Me personally, I'm often a macro person, so I worry about overregulation by governments around the world that will stifle innovation. But again, that's a rabbit hole we don't have time to go down today. But when you look at what is coming and you look at Web3, blockchain technology, zero proof, and all the beautiful things that can be built on top of that and how it can change the world, nothing is going to stop this. No government is going to stop this. No WEF, IMF, no World Bank, no central bank is going to stop this. This is a freight train that is unstoppable. Will there be bumps on the road? Absolutely. But together, people that are passionate about this are going to change the world, and I'm not worried about a whole lot beyond that.
Wow, we are lucky to have you up here, man. Thank you so much. Very well said. Folks, that wraps up our panel about the broken economics of esports. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to our panelists, Scott, John, and Jason. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. And thank you so much for your contributions to the ecosystem. Folks, we're going to have a break, enjoy lunch, and then we're going to come on back, and we've got a lot of esports action coming your way, the classic best of 5 grand finals, and then the last few series of Origin right here on the main stage. Buckle your seatbelts.
Nope, I'm sorry. You're jumping the gun. We aren't doing lunch yet. We've got 2 more panels. Please, everybody stay.
I completely screwed up, everyone. I'm so sorry. Thank God we have an MC here to save me. Kaylee, please take it away.
Thank you guys so much. One more round of applause for our esports panel. Okay, thank you guys so much for staying. Lunch will come. We just have 2 more panels. We are going to shift gears now away from esports. I am very thrilled to be able to welcome an early believer in and an advisor of Sky Mavis. Salam Chowdhury is now the managing director at Techstars. He was previously a partner at 500 startups, and he's had an invaluable impact on where Sky Mavis is today. He's advised Jeff, and he taught him some really critical skills, like how to do things that don't scale, and also when to wear an appropriate dress shirt. And if you guys were at the Mystic Party last night, you would see his advice did pay off. So please join me in welcoming Salim to hear his thoughts on accelerating the next generation of Web3 communities.
Good. Well, it's just gone after midday, so good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming to this session. So this talk is basically best described as officially going early in Web3 communities and why we're bullish about it. But really, it's a love story. A love story of how this dinosaur fell in love with a bunch of very early baby Axies. And so, this is me. I am your classic, boring venture capitalist. I made most of my money not in Web 2, but on the adjacency of Web 1. Right? The biggest startup I was part of stopped people looking at things they shouldn't be looking at in offices, mostly pornography. Literally, that was a business. And I realize in this Web3 crowd, you're a bit like, what? I'm old school. But then the whole thing that we've learned along this journey, and so being clear, yeah, and I'm boring. I trained as a management consultant. I worked in large corporations. Yes, I know. So anyway, but the one thing we've learned, and as a good Brit, this is like, does invoke a few tears every now and again. Good stays good, even when times change. Rest in peace, Your Majesty. Communities have always been a moat. It's not just a new Web3 thing. Communities have been a moat ever since, I don't know, one of my favorite examples is hairdryers. Wrong audience, maybe, but does anybody in this room own a Dyson hairdryer? I wish. People at the back, our lovely MC with that fabulous hair, right? What's really interesting is people have often talked and thought about that hairdryer as being, it's all about engineering. So this Dyson hairdryer, it's $300 bloody, or probably more. It's more than that, isn't it? Okay, how much is it, dare I ask? $500 for a hairdryer. You could say it's about the science or the engineering. Is it really? Partially. It's a lot more than that. It's because it makes you feel good about yourself. And more importantly, when you tell other people about it, they're like, yeah, I've got one too, it's so good. It's my secret weapon. How many times have you been like, oh my God, it's like when you heard about it, it was like a secret being whispered almost to you. Am I wrong? There we go. And that's the thing. Community exists in all products, even bloody hairdryers. And so the nature of the communities, however, and what they do and how they engage with each other can be the difference. And so one of the things we've always believed in is good communities keep groups together, but if you use your communities well, as the good folks at Axie have, you end up building products and services that go to another level, and that cyclical cycle is what brings communities together, that gives us the knowledge and input and feedback, is the magic source. So we should be, one of the things we should always be open to, and one thing I do, is I very much share these knowledge, share the wisdom that I have from studying hundreds of companies. So I've worked with now coming up to about 30-something startup growth programs. I've worked hands-on with at least 500 companies, if not more. And so I'm going to go through some of the key things I learned and on the journey with Axie. So communities start in Web3 right at the very beginning. When Eddie, is Eddie in the room? Oh, no, I think Eddie may have had to, he's probably a bit hungover from last night, if I remember correctly. Anyway, Eddie and Bin were some of the earliest investors in Sky Mavis, and they brought me in. They flew me in from London to Ho Chi Minh City to coach a bunch of startups. And this is how I met and fell in love. You can see Jeff there with, slightly more hair than he does today. And notice, still wearing the Axie t-shirt. But communities start right from the very beginning. So when you're building, as builders in this room, you need a squad around you. And this is one thing we've learned through decades of entrepreneurship. If you're not around people who think like you, who are going through similar challenges like you, it's going to be much, much harder for you to succeed. We took them on a program and a course, and we taught them a whole load of things. This is like a random photo I managed to find of some of the early problems and thesis as to why people thought they wanted to use Axie. Being clear, this is nothing what it was like. Jeff, do you even vaguely remember any of this? Jeff says vaguely. And there is Jeff being reminded to do something by how. I don't know what. I don't know exactly where. But we took them on a journey when we were there, and we took them over on the fundamentals. And the whole fundamental within community that we've learned a long time ago is positionality, right? The value of goods is not by what they actually are. It's the value often held by other people that perceives them. In the last panel, we were talking a bit about how art has value, how different goods have value that other people don't have. It's the economic term. Sheldon Cooper in The Big Bang Theory does a good job of calling it the na-na-na-na principle. But the whole thing is you can only have a positional good if other people know what it is, can or do or don't have it. And so, sorry, it's going too fast. And so understanding how you manage your community to uplift them with the positivity of having what you have is super key for any early Web3 community or any community product. And by community product, basically everything is actually a community product in some way, shape, or form, right? Even the shirt that I'm wearing is from a store with a label. That brand has an identity. So it's really about understanding for you when you're starting building and building early on, what is the positional value that you're creating? Who are your key audiences? How are you going to enable them to feel that value? People often, so there's a problem with the English language. People talk about right to play. A functional reason, what it does, is a right to play. A social reason is a right to play. But an emotional reason is a right to play. But the thing we always need to remember is when building these early stage Web3 products, yes, we do something. But then we need to think about the social and emotional reasons. And the one thing I implore you, if you're building, really, really understand the social reasons for why your customers are doing it. And the emotional reasons why they keep playing, even when they keep losing. Right? Even after every battle, and it's like, oh God, I've lost 10 battles in a row. Why do they keep playing? And guess what the best way of doing that is? Anybody? And this is one thing Web3 people do really badly, except Jeff. What do you think the one thing is? Somebody? Pardon? Play yourself. Close. Because it's fun. No. But what's the best way to make sure you know what the emotional reasons are? And the social reasons are? How do we find this out? Playing yourself is one way. Pardon? Engagement. But more importantly, Jeff, what should you do? You should talk to your customers. Web3 community is the #1 thing we don't do. I mean, that is one of the secrets why I fell in love with Axie. So one of the reasons back in the day, we were going through every week, we did this lovely experiment by saying, how long would each, we had $1 million. And we had to put it into each of the share that $1 million into each of the companies. And at the beginning, I was like, Web3, crypto gaming, yeah, zero. And then as we went on the 12-week journey, I went 50%. And then week 4, I went 100% Axie, 100% Axie, 100% Axie, 100% Axie. Now, I'm not a degen in any stroke of the imagination. I am boring. But the reason it was seeing the way that Jeff was engaging with the community. And we were like, right, Jeff, why do you think that is? And he's like, I think it's that. Have you asked your community? He'd go out into the community. He'd talk to that community. He'd understand what they're doing. He'd come back with, hey, everybody, this is what I've heard, and this is where it's all coming through. That listening and coming back, that valuable growth loop is everything. Anyway, I am now running out of time, so I'm going to sadly have to miss the last 2 slides that I wanted to talk to you about, but I will very quickly go over them. 1, it's quicker to try and fail often. There's a whole culture of growth experimentation, which I think you guys still use at Axie today, correct, Jeff? And this whole culture is very much based on test fast, test quickly, test cheaply. It is often better to not have the goddamn argument over should we do this or should we not. Work out if it's cheaper to build it or build a simple version of it, deploy that, see if it works, then don't. So many companies, you need to operate at pace. So many companies waste their time going on and on with stupid narratives of, should we do this, should we do that? Let's have a meeting for an hour about implementing a new feature. That happens everywhere. Stop. Work out if it's quicker and cheaper to just try it, get on with it. We're builders, right? Our customers' view is more important than ours, because they're the ones who use our product, and they're the ones who will actually help us build our business and help us build our community. And it's our community, by keeping it together, by keeping it engaged and being responsive to it, is how we win in this market. And so I'm very proud to say I was the first person that took an Axie on a plane. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the rest of you guys take Axies to the moon. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Salim. Luckily, he's not going too far. We get to dive a little bit deeper into Web3 community. So I'm going to welcome him back up on stage, along with our wonderful moderator, Leah Callan-Butler, and Yat Su, the prolific co-founder and chairman of Animoca Brands, which I think we all know. But just in case, Animoca has become one of the leading advocates of the open metaverse built on blockchain technology, while amassing one of the world's largest portfolio investments of Web3 companies, including Sky Mavis. Let's welcome him on stage.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction, Kaylee. So we're here with Yat and Salim today. I just want to replace your self-described persona with heavyweight visionary investors in Web3, these two.
I mean, I prefer dinosaur because they're big, they're heavyweight, they growl, they're grizzly, and children love them.
That's true, that's true. But these guys, I mean, they have made some of the biggest bets in Web3 and also have a very long history in Web2 as well. So, you know, Yat and I have known each other for a while now. You're a new friend of mine. We've spoken a lot about Animoca's thesis, but somebody here might not kind of know the genesis story in terms of how you, let's use Axie as a case study, how you met them. I want to start with you, Salim, because you were just telling us about how you met them in Ho Chi Minh City, did the accelerator. But I know that diversity is a really important lens for you through which you view your deals and how you assess great teams. So I wanted to ask you if you could recap just a little bit what you saw in the Sky Mavis team when you first met them, and maybe if community played into that. And then if we can throw to you, Yat, I'd love to know what it was like for you, because you met them in 2018 as well, right? Yeah. Cool. So Salim, what did you see in the team first when you met Trung and the guys?
I saw a team that represented the global opportunity rather than three American frat bros going, yeah, man, I'm going to go build a startup that's going to put cars around people, which is way more interesting to me. You know, I saw three people from three different continents, and they were all so aligned. They all got each other, despite their different backgrounds. And that diversity of thought made me think, this is exceptional. This is unusual, and this is remarkable. And they are going to be able to see opportunities that 99% of Silicon Valley and 90% of people in other parts of the Western world just won't see.
Yeah.
They're not going to have the same biases that the only people with money are Americans.
Yeah.
You know? So I think that was the thing that got me excited.
And the topic today, too, we wanted to talk about the importance of backing Web3 communities early. I mean, these guys also came from the community. They sort of crossed over from the CryptoKitties community. Then they were also Jiho and Alex were players in the Axie community. Did that play into your liking of them as well? Like, did you recognize that in the early days?
Obsessive compulsion.
Yeah.
That is the one thing that's the best way to describe the Axie team. Obsessive compulsion. One of the things I would never do is ask Jeff about his joy of playing CryptoKitties when you need to go pee. Because that love, that exuberance, the way, that passion, right? It's just remarkable, and the consideration and the depth by which they think. Yeah.
What about you, Yat? Tell us the story. How did you meet them?
I mean, we met the team, I think, in 2018. Originally, I think there was a NFTs conference, which was one of the very first ones in Hong Kong. And then thereafter, of course, in Korea as well. One of the things that we really loved about the team was their absolute belief in basically this blockchain future, digital ownership, which is really our sort of master thesis. And you have to remember that in 2018, you know, that was a true crypto winter, nothing like what we have today.
Yeah.
To me, it's more like a crypto thaw, if anything, for the time being anyway. And there was only a few hundred people in the world that were really thinking about non-fungible tokens too. So if you were actually going to be building in this space, you had to be a real believer. And when you build in an environment like this, you could do a lot of things for money, for instance, better somewhere else. Right? If you were doing this for money, you can go to any other industry except non-fungible tokens. You have to remember, Bitcoin was $3,000, Ethereum was like $100-something or so. Fungible tokens were crushed. And here's a group of people going out there saying, we have a non-fungible proposition for you that has less liquidity, you've never heard of, and by the way, it's going to change the world. So for most traditional investors, they'd be like, you're crazy. And that's exactly what happened. And we had a lot of empathy for this, but actually those are the best ideas, right? And we were very early with CryptoKitties. Actually, we were involved in 2017 with them, and they understood the thesis immediately and got into it, and actually wanted to improve CryptoKitties, you could say, right? And that's some of the early beginnings as well. If you look at the beginnings of Ethereum, it was actually a proposal to improve Bitcoin. And before, the Bitcoin community was like, I don't care about that. And then something else happened. And I think this is the same genesis around this. So it was really a small group of people, you would say. But we didn't, you know, from us as a group, we decided to build this industry we would back as many people as we could, which is how we ended up getting involved in Decentraland and Sandbox and OpenSea and Wax. And they all went maybe in slightly different ways, but it was all part of trying to help build what today people call an open metaverse, but back then was really just non-fungible tokens and games.
It's interesting what you say about the crypto winter, because I mean, a lot of people would say that we're in a crypto winter right now. Some people see it as an opportunity. Some people see it as an opportunity to get out. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on this idea of backing communities early, right? Because Sky Mavis was able to survive the last crypto winter, and I think a lot of people kind of think that the timeline is CryptoKitties, Axie Infinity, and then all these other games. But there were a lot of other games back in 2018, right? These NFT projects, and a lot of them didn't survive. So, how much does the funding that you're able to put in this early stage to be able to kind of help them get through that stage versus things like the community support as well? Like, how much does that interplay? Could you kind of talk to that a little bit in terms of the influence of VC as well as community?
I mean, maybe I'll start. But my view on VC is and we're not a traditional venture capitalist, but my view on VC is it's like a catalyst accelerator, but they're not the ones building the products. In some ways, I would say it's great to be a VC because it's a little unfair in the sense that a lot of VCs get credit for sort of finding good deals and investing, but they don't actually do a lot of the hard work, right? And when there's trouble, then the actual portfolio company might get all the flack, and the VC kind of gets away scot-free in a sense, although they're not involved in it.
Yeah.
So in some ways, VCs kind of have sort of the best of both worlds, provided they, of course, invest well, right? That's a different story. But I think most of the effort really goes into the teams themselves, and that means that do they care about the community? Do they nurture them? There's many cases and examples in Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, and also other traditional communities, like even a restaurant, if you think about it. A small restaurant builds a community, a fandom, right? It doesn't have to be the most successful. It doesn't have to be a chain like McDonald's. But it has a community that loves the food, that loves the culture that comes there. And when things aren't good or when there's something not right or whatever, that community comes there to help them, however small it may be.
Yeah.
And I think the strongest communities come in this, built from this. And it comes from the care from the team themselves, that they love the community. Right? If you love a community, then typically they love you back. It's also how you build it. One of the things that crypto has had sort of negative feedback, which I think is changing now with this new winter, but before, was it came from a Wall Street culture. Right? A lot of people came into crypto just for the money. And so the leaders of that space, the Do Kwons of that generation, shall we say, are the ones where people were, oh, I want to follow this guy because I want to make a lot of money. And maybe that's not wrong, except that it attracts a certain kind of person. Right? They're not here for the longevity. They're not here for the culture. They're here for something very particular.
Yeah.
And when that very particular thing is not here, they go, which happens in a lot of Wall Street culture, for instance. And as that is eroding, because you get new waves of people coming in that are here for the culture first, then communities can really flourish. And I think Axie is a great example of where culture was at the center.
Yeah.
Through gameplay, for instance, and games is the predominant youth culture today. Actually, it's not film and it's not radio and music. These are influential, but it's gaming. And we are influenced by this, and we connect to communities, and we are still in love with our old games from 20, 30 years ago because of the culture that connects us.
But also I find fascinating about adding to that is how the joy of Axie is that it inherently disrupts the status quo of the gaming community. And one of the reasons why I think it survived the crypto winter and why it will survive many more is, as you said, it's not part of the Wall Street culture in the same way. It's very much redistributive. It's very much an enabler. I do remember this whole idea of the gaming system is broken. All the studios make all the money. The game players are actually creating the value, particularly in anything that's multiplayer, that's got a community at its core. And this was one of the most sensible ways I've seen.
Yep.
And I'll be blunt, this is my first foray into Web3 properly. But I went in purely and mostly because it is solving a genuine inequality. It is making gaming and the whole ecosystem fairer and more democratic. And I love a lot of the revisions are being made right now. It's like how Skype's like, how do we be a more, actually Skype, how would we be a more democratic, truly democratic, right? Let's be quite frank and honest. Like my country, Britain, America, it's not like they're paragons of perfect democracies by any stretch of the imagination. And so, but this idea of how do we enable the people that make us? We share and uplift together. That's a fundamentally different philosophy from the vast majority of Web3 projects, and a lot of them have been successful. They've been successful because of their Wall Street mentality.
Yeah.
The fact that it plays a hybrid, I think, is one of the things that makes me very delighted.
And I think also from the lens of just the gaming communities, because that's the majority at the moment.
Of course.
Web3 gaming is counterculture, right? It's still a very, very small percentile. And actually, if you think about how societies and culture grow and sometimes become mainstream, they start in a counterculture way, right? Internet 1 was counterculture, right? You know, tattoos were counterculture, like whatever framework you want to look at. These are things that people identify with and say, actually, I like this. And then they find a voice that actually represents them, and then they come together. And Axie represents that in Web3 gaming.
We're kind of talking broadly, like around communities and the difference with Web3. I'd love to bring it back to Axie, because you have a great story that I really want you to tell about Wikipedia and supernodes and toxicity.
Oh my God. So I really hate Wikipedia, right? Not what it is, but this whole culture of, like, somebody puts come in and you start reading through the edits, etc. And if you pardon my French here, but it's like, fuck you, bitch, I'm the moderator. My way goes.
Super ego.
Right.
Yeah.
And depressingly, a lot of Web3 has that same culture, if not even more toxic. It's like, bro, I got all this, I got all this coin. Yeah. You have nothing to say because I got all the coin. It's like, eh. I mean, if you were to see them in a bar or talk to them, or they talk to you like that in person, you would be very tempted to punch them in the face. Now, I'm not advocating physical assault, but you would be tempted to, right? And communities that thrive have to avoid that. And I will say hats off to Axie.
Well, I feel that too. So I was lucky enough to go to the Mystic Axie holders party last night and meet some of the OGs. And it was really cool, because the thing I just consistently hear from the Axie community is that it's so welcoming. I spoke to Kat DeCax, I hope I'm saying her name correctly, and she was the first female in the community, and she was talking about how in a lot of gaming communities, a lot of female gamers will have a male avatar because they're worried about being targeted or experiencing some kind of abuse or toxicity. And she was saying that this was the first community that she'd been involved with where she was, you know, out and proud to just be a girl. And she was talking about how much that made her want to stay. She said at the time the community was even better than the game. She wanted to hang around to see how good the game would get because the community was so good. So, you know, how do you see that yet? Like, in terms of, you've got a long history in games as well. Like, how does the Axie community specifically compare to other Web 2, Web 3 communities? Like, how is it different in your perspective?
I would say one of the big differences about Axie and all Web3 games generally is that there's a paradigm of ownership. And the fact that you can have ownership changes the relationship with the fact that you can actually see what they do. The transparency that happens on chain as well means that you're also accountable. And you see this also, for instance, not just in the parallel of do I own an Axie, can I play with it, but also what you do with the token. Eventually, when people start to vote, for instance, people start to track whose wallet it is, you're accountable to the public as a whole as well. I may not know who you are, but that particular identity is still accountable. I need to be transparent. One of the problems about the traditional Web 2 world, and also which is a part of the gaming world, is you can really hide behind a veil. Nobody knows who you truly are, and there's no consequences. And sometimes, unfortunately, that brings out sort of the ugliest in people. And I think also how it started. Gaming started as a very male-dominated environment, for instance. And we've seen for things like Gamergate, when women finally came in big numbers, and now basically almost half of the population, for a certain group of people, that seemed a little bit problematic, and they somehow thought it was okay to be vocal about it. But with Web3, there is actually a good mix of people in there. Yes, maybe the Web3 gaming world started with sort of more men in there. But actually, for instance, if you look at Korea, actually a lot of the women are the crypto traders out there. So from a community standpoint, particularly the wives, apparently, right? But the point being that you have many women in crypto are actually very influential as well and actually are respected. So it's more egalitarian. And I think when communities start sort of small, you allow for that, right? Whereas if you come in later, you're almost feeling like, okay, there's an incumbent structure, so I need to sort of fight against that. I think right now, still, the space is still only millions of users, right? So this is opportunity. So I think it's a much friendlier space across all Web3 games, but especially Axie.
I do have more questions, but I've just oh, we do have a timer on. Oh, it wasn't there before. I was like, we're going to end up talking all day if I don't know when I'm meant to stop this. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. So another thing I've noticed is like there's a lot of criticisms around Web3, right? I mean, I've seen everything from some media publications will say, you know, VCs are getting in too early and taking all the tokens. Other people say, oh, only the people who get into the community first, they're the only ones who are rewarded. But again, sort of chatting to the OG community here, I've seen that those people who are coming into the community in the very earliest days, they're also contributing in all sorts of different ways, you know, whether they're building tools or they're participating in those first drops that are so critical to be able to get a project through the crypto winter to be able to survive, or they're streaming and creating content or answering questions in the Discord. Like there's so many things that need to be done when you're building a new world. So I kind of think I know how you're going to answer this, but I still want to ask it. How does it change in Web3 when these people are actually part owners in the game? You know, in Web 2, I guess those super ego, super nodes that you were talking about, the only currency that they have, I guess, is social. So how does this change in Web 3, and why do you think this is so important going forward? Do you see Web 2 people coming over to Web 3 for that reason?
Well, I mean, I think this is a long answer, so I mean, we don't have that much time, but just a few things first. In the gaming world, the only beneficiary economically belongs to the game studio. So they reap all the rewards, and they control everything. So that's one issue, because if they don't like how something goes, then they'll change it to their narrative. Not necessarily better for the community, but actually for maybe the game studio. For the gamers themselves, the primary source of, let's call it social status, is merit. Which means that only a small number of people who are really good at the game can actually have a kind of status. And one of the problems, you know, when people think about the growth of gaming, gaming actually was stuck in 2010. And for the first time, gaming actually didn't grow. And one of the reasons it didn't grow is because it was all hardcore gamers. It was all selling to only the people who knew how to use their controllers, who basically could just kill everyone really fast, right? And that audience was only hundreds of millions of users, which is still a good number, but that was basically around 2009, 2010, before mobile games. And if you remember, when mobile games came, when Angry Birds came, and even Candy Crush later, everyone's like, mobile gaming, that's not a game, that's not serious, that's rubbish, I'm going to go play console games, you know, screw all of that sort of rubbish. That was the narrative, which is very similar today with Web3 gaming. But what we're really seeing is that the traditional gamers who were there on merit because of they were sort of capable in the games, excluding the rest of the world, because, you know, my mom wouldn't be able to use a controller, for instance, the way that they're playing, nor does she have the same dexterity. Mobile gaming created an amateurization where, through the swipe of a finger, I could suddenly enjoy a high-quality game and actually feel like I have skill in this as well.
Yeah.
That's the reason why gaming went from hundreds of millions to the 3.4 billion we have today. Now, with Web3 gaming, you can have an added narrative involvement, which is I can be passively involved. I can be an owner of an Axie, and I can actually participate. My mother can own Axies and give it to her grandchildren, and that's a kind of social engagement. Now imagine if we can only enjoy basketball, if we can all throw hoops like Michael Jordan. Well, I mean, that would be a very small game. It would be a very small community. And ownership broadens that broadly. And if you think about the whole world today, things we own, clothes we wear, cars we buy, houses we live in, that paradigm of ownership is connecting factors to our communities. You know, in the city I live in, because I live there, I am now a member of that community. It still may be part of the broader community as a whole, but I can have a concentrated effect. So ownership broadens that as a whole. And Web3 gamers understand this really well because they feel it as well. If you own an Axie, you don't just own an Axie for utility. For some, it might be. But you hear stories of people feeling attached with their Axies, or they're just like, you know what, I don't want to sell this one, or this is what I want, or this is my baby. And we see this actually also with physical items as well. With shoes.
Like memories. Like
memories, exactly.
Special heirlooms or something, yeah.
And these define who you are because they're legacy.
Yeah.
Right? These legacies identify who you are, the stories you tell that make up who you are. And in the digital world, you couldn't do that before you had non-fungible tokens. So I think it's a great strengthener. And it's also a great equalizer because now in blockchain games, you can actually equalize the value through work. If I'm willing to work very hard, I can actually go back to this really sort of attractive concept of owning the fruits of your labor, which is a very Lockean concept, which people maybe forgot, but actually is what people value, which is I want to earn and own my labor.
Yeah.
Right? And more we've forgotten that. And in Web 2, we don't own it at all. And when you can feel that your labor is rewarded, it's not even about the money. It's the fact that it is yours. That, I think, is a really powerful paradigm.
I agree. Can I have like 30 seconds to ask for Salim's response to that as well?
So 2 very quick points. 1, the IKEA effect, incredibly well documented. People buy IKEA furniture, assemble it, sell it on a secondary market. They value it as more than they actually paid for it because they built it. That applies to our world.
I love that.
Part 2. It's very well documented. Communities where people own their own homes, where they feel they're represented by their local councils and civic duties, have much lower rates of crime, stability, happiness, prosperity, everything. Gaming communities are communities. Anybody who says, oh, they're not real communities, again, whack. The reality of this all is that we are communities. When we own and share, we play better. That's why the community is so caring of each other, why it doesn't want to screw each other. Because I'm there, I'm stuck there now. This is my bit of turf. I've built it. I value it. Anybody else wants to make my neighborhood bad, I am going to sort them out. And that is the magic of what I love about Axie and the Web3 gaming community and why it is going to thrive.
It's so beautifully said. I just want to end this on saying I hope that next time we get scheduled to do this chat, we can have a full hour. But we've got at least a +1 here. Thank you so much, guys. It's lunchtime now, so thank you for coming along to our session. And if you would like to chat to Salim or Yat, I'm sure that you can find them outside.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Great.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Hello there, AxieCon. Welcome to the big esports showdown. We finally made it to our final day. Can everybody hear me okay? It's a little quiet. Okay, do we have our mics on? Check, check, 1, 2.
Hello?
Hello?
This one's on.
Guys, I have a loud voice, but I'm going to lose it if I don't get a mic. I think my mic's...
I think mine is a little bit too loud.
All right, hello. Well, that one seems to work. Let's try... Hello, test. There we go.
There we go. Nice.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Esports for Axie Infinity at AxieCon. I'm so excited to be here. How is everybody? There we go. Thank you so much. So we've got a lot coming for you here. Day 3, AxieCon. This is the closeout. We've got a best of 5 for the Axie Classic World Championship. 2 players left playing for that last title. Who will be the final champion of Axie Classic? This is a celebration of all the seasons past, and we're ready to bury the hatchet. After that, we're going to jump right into the Origin Finals, the final series there, and we'll get to see the first world champion that will set things in motion. But before we go too far, I do want to introduce my co-host here. We've got Edumak from South America. How are you, my friend?
What's up? I'm from Venezuela, so hype. Let's go.
Come on, give him some love. He came all the way from Venezuela to bring you guys this action. And at the end here, we've got Zero all the way from Malaysia. How are you, sir?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Beautiful, beautiful. We're so happy to have you guys here, and I couldn't think of two better panelists to join me because Axie Classic has a very rich history, so many seasons. You guys have grinded, you've casted. How does it feel to be here knowing that Origin is finally out and Axie Classic is going to be shut down? You know, kind of sad, kind of happy. What's the mixture here?
Dude, I'm just excited. This is the end of V2, and I can't think of a better way, actually. This is insane. I love this, and I love the crowd here. I love everyone coming over here for Axie Esports. I love it.
It's almost a full house. I think we're going to get there.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's no better way to have a more poetic ending. So we have 2 of the best players in the world in V2 right now fighting it out to find out who is the Axie World Champion. That's a title that no one else will be able to walk away with for a long time.
Yes. Absolutely, and a $500,000 prize pool as well for this tournament. Now, $250,000 was paid out in the online qualifiers, so there were a lot of folks that participated in the grueling online gauntlet, a lot of folks that did the coverage for that as well. We appreciate your effort for that grind. We've got $250,000 left up for grabs today. Winner walking home with $70,000 worth of AXS, so a pretty significant amount of money.
Woo!
So, we've got some introductions. First, I want to bring out our commentators that will be doing the play-by-play so they can get seated and tucked in. Let's welcome to the stage Sweet Feet and OGK.
Let's go.
I want to see your best pro wrestling moves here, boys. No cartwheels, no cartwheels. You'll be hearing from them shortly. And now we need to bring up our players, and we're going to do this one at the same time. We've got Thunderstruck and Super Chariot to come up. Please, gentlemen, get up here. A battle well fought. 14 players that made it here to the AxieCon finals. We have distilled it down to 2. The 2 champions, 2 players that have a very rich history. Zero, set the stage for us. Is this a grudge match? How well do these players know each other?
They've been in the scene a long time, right? Seb, or now he's known as Super Sharia, was ranked number 2 for season 18, and Thunderstruck is one of those few players that never gave up in V2. Even after the season ended, he's been grinding over and over again. In the off-season of V2, when there was no SLP earning, he was top 10. That's how much dedication he puts into the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
These guys, they're pros at Axie, but you got to know that they have a background of being pros on other games as well. Thunder, his ad on Twitter is Thunder Royale from Clash Royale. So you got that as well. Over from Super Chariot, he has a background in Magic. So these guys are good at what they do.
Absolutely. It's been amazing to see pro gamers from other mobile games, other card games, start to embrace Axie Infinity, see the value, and also make it to the main stage. To me, it's a very bullish case for what we're trying to build here at Axie Infinity. I'd love to take a look at the bracket real quickly, just to give us a taste of how we got here. And there you go. We started with some Swiss rounds. We had 14 players. Originally, it was supposed to be 16. Unfortunately, a few weren't able to make it due to travel restrictions, visas, various other limitations there. And if we could take a look at that bracket, fantastic. Just gives us a little bit of overview of how we got here. I said this before on another panel, but so many of these players, this was the first time they've ever traveled. They got a passport because they qualified for this event. The first time they've ever been on an airplane. The first time they've ever been to Europe, let alone the first time they've ever competed in an esports tournament of this magnitude. And that is so important to the foundation of Axie Infinity. And every single name in this bracket represents a huge amount of dedication and a lot of hours played.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at Thunderstruck's journey over here. We got a 1-0 against AmQ, 3-2 against Humongous Ego, 3-1 against the Frank. And now at the end, I can probably see a 3-1 as well over there. So pretty clean sweep right there.
Absolutely. And if we could scroll down a little and take a look at that lower bracket, just to get a taste of how things have gone there. Thunderstruck sitting from above and now pressing forward. Looks like that last round wasn't updated. Now, this will be a best of 7. And the winner from the upper bracket will start with a 1-game advantage. So that is Thunderstruck right here. So he starts 1-0, and then the first one to win 4 for the best of 7.
4 games.
Yeah, I mean, they have a long and grueling journey, right? The past 3 days, they've just been grinding games over and over again. After the Swiss, after the journey so far, they've actually met each other in the upper bracket finals as well. It was a close 3-1 series, but, you know, Seb did drop down to lower brackets, and he's back up here for the grudge match that he wants.
Beautiful. So thank you for showing us the bracket. I think we can bring it back here. Our players are now going through the ban phase. To get everybody else caught up, the format for Axie Classic is 10 Axies that each player had to lock at the beginning of the tournament. You can change from your pool of Axies in between individual matches as much as you want, but those 10 Axies are the ones you have to use for the whole tournament. Now, when the draft starts, both sides get to blind ban 1 Axie from each other's pool.
Yeah. Well, so now we got the bans right here. I believe we can go ahead and tell them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So from Sebas, Thunderstruck, let's start from Thunderstruck's ban. He actually banned the Graveland and Lunge Axie.
Okay.
So I got a little story about this Axie. This is actually an Axie that I bred out.
Oh, okay. Here we go. We got a story coming, folks.
So he's using
give it
right
to
now.
us.
It's the Sando Gravel Lunge Gotaro reptile playing in the back line, and I think there's only 5 in the world, and he's using one of them. And I'm pretty proud of that.
Oh, it's right here, the main stage.
Beautiful. So what do we got on the other side here? What is Seb taking out?
So there's a sandal. It's a front axis. It's sandal, cattail, Goda, a lunge. It's pretty basic. Go straightforward Axie used right now on lunge teams. So I think he's going to go for that to kind of get in the opponent's head.
Okay, very cool. And how would you guys describe the diversity in terms of Axies we saw in Classic? I've spent a lot of time on stage. I need you guys to educate me. Has there been a lot of different strategy?
Sorry, what was the question?
Axie Classic, how diverse were the Axies? Like a lot of different Axies in the pool, or is there a pretty clear-cut meta right now?
There is. Everyone has very similar ideas. The meta towards the end was pretty much, very mature. And we did see some people trying to go a little bit out of the box, thinking outside of the box, trying something different. But I think, all in all, within 10 Axies, you will probably see 6 or 7 of them looking exactly the same.
Yeah. Mostly lunge, right?
Some lunges, aquas are always going to be here.
Yes.
And we're going to definitely see them in this series throughout.
Right, and one of the things about Classic that is interesting, I know frustrating for some players, it hasn't changed very much recently. I think we've gone 3 full seasons without Axie Classic changing at all. So while maybe some things could have used a couple of tweaks, it has been interesting to see that meta still evolve despite no changes being forced. Kind of an odd observation, I guess.
True. I'm excited to see if we actually get some crits going here in the finals.
That's true.
We're probably expecting it.
Guys, this is the last time that we can have a game decided by crits, or random crits at that. So who knows? We'll see what the RNG gods want to bless us with.
I can see their faces right now. Like, please, no.
Please
don't do that, please.
They're sweating. I'm already sweating. My gosh. So we'll have game one ready to rock and roll before too long. You might have noticed on the desks as well, players are allowed to use analog devices, such as calculators that are not connected to the internet. They are also allowed to use pen and paper to take notes, to bring preparation, but they are not allowed to use extra devices that count energy or connect to the internet or things like that. So just to keep everybody up to date there. But we'll be ready to rock into game number one as soon as I get our thumbs up, and then we'll go. But until then, I want to take some moments to reminisce about Axie Classic. Do you have like a most memorable moment, like something you'll never forget from Axie Classic? Your first crit maybe? Your first AXS earned? Did you frame your first SLP, Edu?
I was going to talk about the crits. The first time I actually got crit in the tournament was in the finals.
Of course.
So we might see that here. But talking about the crits, I mean, in the end, it's that extra factor that every single game has. So I think that having that today would be interesting. I think for everyone watching as well, you guys at home, I know you're waiting for that one, so I think we're going to have it.
Yeah, you always remember when people crit you, but you don't remember when you crit others, right?
I never crit.
Of course, that's how it goes. How about you, Zero? What's your most memorable Axie Classic moment?
I think it's just all the people I've met along the way. From my first tournament, my first opponent was Azarian. He's somewhere here as well. And a lot of the other competitors I've met throughout the days. You know, Elijah beat me in the tournament 2-1. And everybody here, it's just, you know, the relationships, the bridges that we bridged together. And that's something that I will always bring forward with me.
I love that. And now I'm trying to think of my own answer to that question. What was my most memorable Axie Classic moment? I think it was that first season I played where I played a double anemone with a bird in the back. Before that was like the hot meta, and I won 16 games in a row. And I thought I was the hottest shit in the world. And then I hit that wall, and then everyone else figured it out, and I realized, oh,
So
I was just ahead of the meta
school.
for about 2 weeks, and that was about it. But it was a hell of a feeling. I mean, doing a run like that, it spoke to how Axie Classic could fire. But we've got the thumbs up, and that means game number one is ready to start. Let's throw it over to our casters. Sweet Feet, OGK, take it away and bring the pain.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. You guys excited? You excited? Hey. I think the only two sweatier people in this building than me are these two guys right here, right now. I can't wait to check out this gameplay. These guys, one thing that we need to comment on is the fact that Seb did come out of that lower bracket, reverse swept his opponent. I believe that was Rosti in that lower bracket finals. He was down 0-2, came back to win 3 games in a row to get the rematch here against Thunder. As it looks like we're getting ready to get into game one here, we can get the screen switched over so we can all take a look here at the team comps that they're bringing. Like we said, if you're late to V2, hey, it's a bad time to try to pick it up because this is going to be the last time you're ever going to see these Axies. As we see right here, the lunge comp coming out from Seb against a little bit of a lunge, the plant, and the classic reflectile here on the side of Thunder. OGK, tell us what you're thinking here.
Yeah, right away you got to key in on the backliners. It looks like Thunder, obviously with that reptile, that reflectile, and obviously on Seb's side, Super Cheria, he's got the Aqua, so I think there's a clear advantage here already for Thunder, but we'll see how this battle kind of shakes out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely going to, you know, these are not, you shouldn't be surprised by the teams we're seeing here. Like the panel said earlier, the meta is very mature. We've gotten all the way this far. It looks like we're going to have a double lunge sandal cattail being played out on the side of Seb here. Nothing going. Saving on the side of Thunder here. Free reign at the front line. No bonus damage from those lunges because they were only played by themselves. He won't quite find the K. Hey, first crit of the tournament to cattail, baby. 35 damage. Let's go. Here we go, double cattails coming out. Kataro to follow up. One thing to key in on this plant. This plant is an absolute menace in this tournament. It was really the MVP of the day yesterday. If you want to pinpoint one Axie to be the MVP, it was definitely this midline plant here for Thunderstruck. It offers so much. You break its shield. It's hitting you with huge damage from that beach. The Scarab stopping any heals coming out from the other side, not available there on the side of Seb, so won't get a lot of value out of that. But again, the Kataro, it's the slowest Axie on the field, so it's always going to be able to proc and get that energy. And then you have the Hatsune to disable any amount of range, which if Thunder can get through the front two Axie here of Seb and put himself in a 2v1 against that Aqua, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure for Seb, as we see the front line go down here for Thunder. And a little bit, trying to sneak a little bit of damage, not quite enough to break the shield. Still significant damage, will find the kill on the front line.
Yeah, energy tide here, you're able to see the Kataro value get maximized there from that plant. able to gain the energy and secure the kill. So really nice little play there.
Yeah, definitely. You got to have energy in these late games. You know, all of these Axie can put up massive shields, and you need a lot of cards to be able to get through that. You're going to have energy. You're going to have a lot of cards in hand. As we see an exchange coming up here, a spiky wing leading into what's going to be a bonus damage lunge there. He's going to chain those lunges together for bonus damage, and that Aqua's going to follow up with a Piranha Koi. Huge damage about to come out here, and let's see if he decides to play anything else. It looks like all the cards available, and here we go for this exchange. Again, Spiky Wing going to do double damage there. The Fragile doing huge damage to the shield. Not quite able to find the kill just yet, but it looks like it will be enough, and this Reflectile is really going to have to go to work here in a 2v1. A lot of energy, though. A lot of energy for Thunder right now.
Yeah, Seb just kind of opened the gas tank and just kind of used up everything that he had. You could see he basically put himself in a spot where he's just drawing off the top deck right now. So, you know, really close still, even though that Seb has 2 Axies to 1 advantage. I mean, that Reflectile, I think everyone in the crowd that's played this before understands that this thing is an absolute beast, and there's a reason why it has the reputation that it does, and Thunder's definitely not out of this yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to save up some cards here for Seb. He needs a lot of cards in hand to get through this Reflectile. And again, every time he swings, whether it's range, whether it's a melee card, granted, the only range he's got is the Spiky Wing, so that Spiky Wing is going to help him get through the shield, and he's going to have to do it quickly because that's where all that reflected damage, you know, is coming from as well. So,
yeah, really interesting point in the match right here. Tough luck for Thunder that Seb's midliner there went into last stand, and now he's really grinding over this decision because it could go either way. He doesn't know if Seb's going to come and throw a bunch of damage at him. He doesn't know if he just has to play one card to try to get around the last stand. So really the turning point of this battle is happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen so much aggression out of these Axie in last stand all tournament long, as we do see a card played right there, and a great way to go ahead and eat 4 energy. And again, Seb's got to load up on this backline Aqua. Here we go, the 1v1 matchup. A lot of reflected damage. This tiny dino finally came online. He's been holding these tiny dinos for so long. He's needed that bonus damage after round 5. Going to be 150% damage. This is going to be a huge swing either way here. And we see a Spiky into the lunge, double Piranha coming up here for Seb. Let's see if he can get through this. Actually, no reflected damage right there, so it's going to be good. Again, these 2 tiny dinos swinging for massive damage, 168 apiece, and the Kataro's hitting for 112 apiece, getting him down to 18 HP and getting both energy that he needs. So now he can play 4 cards. That's why he didn't play the Reflect right there. He didn't need to Reflect right there, knowing he could have that much shield. This Aqua is not going to be able to get through that, going into a type of Axie that it already has a disadvantage of. Anybody who's fans of Pokemon, things like that, this is like a fire trying to attack into a water. You're going to have that, you know, bonus or debuff, I guess, damage when it comes to that regard. And again, we'll see a huge exchange here, but this reflected damage is going to be so much. This 140 shield, not going to be enough here, as we see Seb try to land a crit on the lowest morale class in the game. Let's see if he can get one.
Trying to get lucky here, trying to do something, but I think it's just going to be
and
too little,
it's just
too late.
Too much.
And
game
number 1, 2 Thunderstruck.
Yep. Game 1, absolutely. Thunderstruck taking it. He's actually going to go up to that 2-0. Remember, because Thunderstruck was in that winner's bracket, he is going to start off with that 1-0 lead. We're in a best-of-7 series with Thunderstruck starting off on a 2-0. But just like I said, just to kind of harp on again, Seb just came back from a 0-2 to a reverse sweep to get here. He's not worried. He's fine.
Yeah, he's been in this position before. These players have played so many matches. They've persevered over tens of thousands of other competitors throughout the qualifiers to kind of get to this point, and I don't really think there's a situation where these players are going to kind of get rattled. They're just going to continue to kind of plow through and basically use everything they got to try to capture this crown.
Right, absolutely. And like the panel said earlier, these guys are professional gamers. I mean, they're, you know, it's not always, we had a great interview with them, and they explained to us, it's not always about, like, the love of Axie. It doesn't have to be about the entire universe. These guys are professionals, and that's something that our esports scene needs desperately. You know, it doesn't always have to be, you know, land play. It doesn't always have to be all these other things. The esports has such a good prize pool, for one. I know I'm trying to get on next season, but, you know, there's so many other outlets and there's so many other ways to appreciate Axie. These guys coming in from Magic, from Clash Royale, these are professional players. They've, you know, been to LAN events, and we talked to a few of them. I believe it was Lavunga who said he hasn't talked to anybody for a week. If he's got a major tournament coming up, just catch me not talking to anybody for a week. And the ability to lock in, look at what's around us. we have had an after party every night, whether it's official or unofficial. These guys go straight back to the hotel. They're straight back into the lab. They're, I mean, absolutely crushing their practice, their preparation. They do not let these distractions get the best of them. I'm sure they're looking forward to having a little bit of fun tonight, but this is a business trip for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, just true professionals. And something else I want to key in on is like you were talking about, it's not always only about the Axie. Like, for example, we have players in this tournament that take their prize winnings and they donate them to shelters. The kind of stories that you hear through Axie and the possibilities that have kind of been opened up thanks to this community, just absolutely amazing here as we hop into game number 2.
Oh, major switch up in the comp here from Seb. Expecting to see that reflectile, and Thunderstruck's just going to kind of chill with the same lineup he went with. A big switch to this Bug, who we've seen, again, be an absolute menace. He's got the double Dusk, double Gouda threat, double Cattail, and one thing to key on is for Seb, this Timber in the midline going against the plant. He's going to put up an absolute brick wall when you're trying to get in, because Timber, any damage that it does to a plant Axie is actually going to go to the shield. It's going to have bonus shield based off the damage done to the plant. So again, huge brick wall. Thunderstruck's going to have to save up a lot of energy to put out a lot of attacks, and again, in that later game, he's going to need those tiny dinos. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get that bonus damage till round 5.
Yeah, really nice switch up here by Seb, aka Super Chadia. Really reading the play, and Thunder just continuing to kind of, you know, continue with what worked in the first series. So Seb kind of read that, made the appropriate adjustments, and if I had to make an early prediction, I would say advantage Seb here.
Yeah, we see the Gouda come out first, trying to steal an energy. Always a high value thing here. Got a Cattail sneaking out. For anybody who may not know, you are a little late to the party, but that Cattail is going to draw a card anytime a Bug, Beast, or Mech card hits it. So anytime those, you get to kind of throw those out. You see those thrown out a lot in round 1, round 2, trying to catch your opponent slipping to get that advantage in the cards early game. We're going to see a lot of damage come out here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to comment just yet on exactly what's going to be played in case these players can hear us. As you can see in the top, right under the names, it shows when the players actually click through and end their turn. So don't want to kind of jump the gun and kind of mention what cards are going to come out. Don't want to kind of tip the hand for any of these guys. But
nah, they're whited out. They gain airs. I hope.
I hope too.
No, what's awesome about this client is that you can actually see the cards being played. You can see the thought process going. As we see a double lunge into the Gouda Cattail. Don't believe he found an energy steal on that Gouda. Here we go. In return, double Kataro coming out from the back line with the Scaly Spoon up top for a little bit of extra damage. Not quite able to find the kill. We'll see another Kataro. Huge energy there, energy generation on the side of Thunderstruck. He's got a lot of cards in hand. Both players with a good amount of cards. Haven't seen anything come out of this Bug yet.
Yeah, I think he just wants to kind of build up the cards on the Bug right now. He doesn't want to run into a situation where he uses those cards early and then he ends up kind of needing to redraw them when he actually needs them the most. I think he'd rather just kind of hold them in hand if he's able to. The only time that you might see one of those cards come out is if it's, you know, in a situation where he needs to secure a kill, needs a little bit extra damage. Maybe he wants to generate another energy, but that's about the only situation I would see those come out.
Right, as we get right into it again for the next swing of the Cattail here. Major damage there. We got a lunge coming up behind it. No bonus damage, no other lunge on the comp to chain with. Double Gouda played out. Oh, big last stand there. He is going to lose that front line due to the play of the plant, but a huge damage already on the midline for Seb. Early advantage may seem to have disappeared a little bit there. The one you had mentioned earlier, again, this plant is a problem to deal with.
Yeah, that being said, though, Seb does have 6 energy in hand right now. So he's sitting on a ton of cards. He's sitting on a ton of energy. It's gonna be interesting to see if he's gonna be able to maximize the energy that he has in hand to kind of take down that midline plant. And like you said, that midline plant been causing problems all tournament.
Looking to make a play here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I love seeing this. If you look over here on the side of Super Sharia, he's still playing his cards. It still says playing, so he's still thinking. The clock's still ticking in there as he finally decides to lock that play in, get the lunge out, get the Cattail out. Again, these Cattails are going to fly all over the place. You know, we had a double Cattail comp. We do see a discard there, I believe, on the plant card. We'll see what he decides to follow up with here. Another lunge in hand. Oh, a lot of shield coming up, but this is going to be a huge shield. He's going to have a hard time getting through this, but the Tiny Dino's coming online. Doesn't elect to play him, doesn't quite even have him in hand, I don't believe. He does have 1 in hand, 2 in hand actually, so it could elect to play him. Looks like he's not going to. Lunge into the double Timber. Watch the shield go up for the midline right here. 350, 457 shield on that midline right now. And again, a Parasite on one of those tiny dinos. He loses it. Actually is able to take the plant. A big swing right there. A big swing right there in the side of Shep. Needs to take any advantage he can into this reflectile.
Yeah, those timbers absolutely massive. I don't know how many people have been playing V2, but I mean, to see 457.
400.
Bro.
I have not seen 457 shield maybe ever in V2, to be honest with you.
You would need about 5 cards at least just to break the shield, let alone try to take out the rest of the health here.
Right, double Kataro, so he does have the energy, and he elects to go ahead and take it. Thunderstruck knew what time it was. That's the professional. We saw that a few times yesterday. We saw a few times where the players kind of they recognized the situation. They saw it. That's what's amazing about Axie. It felt like right off the rip, we saw the clear advantage, just based off type alone. Bugs having the type advantage up over that reflectile, and it looked early, but Thunder was able to make a huge play in the early game. Again, just not enough to overcome that 2v1. I can't get over it. I'm going to say it again, 457 shield in what was that, round 7, 8? Like, you're not getting through that.
No, we've casted a lot of Axie. We've played a lot of Axie, and to see that much shield is just absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Do want to just kind of remind everybody, right now Thunder up 2-1 in the series. Winner of this taking home 70,000 USD, loser going with 50,000 USD. So a ton on the line here in this best of 7 series.
You sure we can't do one more classic? Dang, 50,000. I'm not to lose. Jeez. We love this here. We'll get the bracket updated here for you. As again, Thunderstruck going up 2-1, best of 7 series. I just want to take a quick second to shout out everybody in the crowd right now. This is amazing. Never, give yourself a round of applause. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever have imagined this happening right now. The esports scene is picking up momentum. We're going to carry this as long as we can, all this momentum. One thing I want to touch on while we're in between games, OGK and I actually had the privilege to represent Axie Esports in a Dubai LAN event as well. And one thing about that, it was really a metaverse event, and they wanted to feature some Web3 games. They had to bring Axie Infinity. We rocked the main stage the entire time. OGK and I got a first-hand look at a lot of really, really good Web3 games that are coming. The future is really bright for Web3 gaming, but the one thing that cannot be denied, we are on top. We say this all the time. We're so early. It feels so good to be so early, but we are undeniably so much further ahead than every other game in Web3 for esports right now, and this is momentum we need to feed off of.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a round of applause for that.
Yes.
Axie is leaps and bounds ahead of the next closest competition. And it's just amazing to see, and it's thanks to everybody that's here. There's so many people. Like, I could just scan across the room and
it's incredible. Hey, but they're not here to listen to us talk. They're here to watch this gameplay. As we saw right there, round 1, Aguda coming out early, trying to get that energy, that round 1 Goda coming out and stealing an energy from, well, not stealing, destroying the energy from your opponent can really, really shift the tide in your favor. You're putting your opponent at such a disadvantage. It's got that bonus damage coming from a Beast to a Dusk, and you're down in energy already in the game when you wanted to save. So.
Yeah, absolutely massive value when you're able to take those or destroy those energies early on. If you're able to do that, it can swing the entire momentum. And
exactly 126 right there.
Literally on the number. So lucky in that situation, or maybe just
calculated.
So well
calculated.
Calculated. So well
calculated. You lucky, him calculated. Here we go, another Gouda gonna come out here. A decent little energy. We look like we're tied up at 3 energy apiece here before that Gouda does get played. A good selection of cards on both hands, so we'll see what the play is. This is the part I love the most. This is the insight that we haven't gotten before when we're casting. Typically, if you're familiar with any other Axie Esport Classic event, we've had that spectator delay, and we've kind of had to catch up a little bit to the game. Obviously, for an anti-cheat mechanism, we've kind of fine-tuned it here, and it is so amazing. Again, huge right there. Goda in the save. That frontline Axie still in last stand here, so he's got to play a card here. Granted, it is going to be that cattail that you see for free, but he still has to play it to get rid of that Axie there.
Yeah, really nice play on the side of Seb to just kind of drop the 1 card, be able to destroy the energy, and be able to keep his front line in last stand. Really nice play there.
Here we go. And like I was saying, this is the good stuff right here, where we're watching the mind of professional gamers work right here. You can see, how many times have we seen someone throw 4 cards, pull them back, throw the same 4 cards, pull them back, put different cards out, pull those back. Like you can just see the gears turning, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing as both front lines will go down there. We'll sneak the Cottontail in the end. Parasite looking to discard. I believe that was a tiny dino. Didn't catch it quickly. Here comes a Kataro out from the other side. Need a little bit of energy generation here if you're Thunder. actually a little surprising to see Thunder bring back the same lineup. I don't know if he felt like he maybe had a misplay in there. Maybe he missed an opportunity that we overlooked because we're so busy talking and sharing our expertise with everybody. So whether he feels like he misplayed something or just likes his chances to run it back, he brought back that same team comp. So, but to Seb's credit as well, answering right back with the same team comp. A big case in this tournament already of don't fix what's not broken. So
yeah, just a lot of mind games going on as you see the Kataro come out. Seb going to drop the Parasite into the Mosquito, close it up with the Cottontail, gain that energy.
Oh, here we go. Huge damage, though. Bonus damage from the broken shield on the beach. 145 apiece. A healthy chunk out of that midline there for Seb. But here we're going to see the Timber come out. We did see the range get disabled, so no go-to value here. Could be huge on the side of Seb. He had that 2 energy. Might need that shield. Let's see how it plays out. Again, this Timber, this is where we're going to see a huge swing. He definitely wanted another Timber draw right there. Wasn't even close to finding it, though. Going to get more shield. Not quite 450, but he's going to get a little more shield to help his chances here. Let's see if Thunderstruck played enough damage to get through this midline. Here comes the energy generation. Another Kataro coming out with the Scarab and the Hatsune. Oh, not quite enough. 47 HP, 47.97 respectively for these midlines. So a good little tussle here between the midlines. Last game we saw the midline kind of disappear a lot quicker, I think, than we expected on the side of Thunderstruck.
Yeah, both players tossing up enough shield to keep their midlines alive. We're pretty even right now at this point in the battle. Little bit of an energy advantage on Seb's side, but it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out and see if Thunder is going to be able to kind of overcome this type disadvantage.
Yeah, let's see if we can find enough. This is going to need a lot of damage here. Not quite able to kill that midline there with the bug. Again, this meta bug, this god bug as it's referred to, it offers so many things. The shield, the stun from the snail shell, the energy gain, the sustain from the Mosquito, and you're able to discard your opponent's cards with that Parasite in a 1v1 situation. You could discard just that exact card you needed and really propel yourself into the win in that next round. Let's see if he can get through this. 120 shield here. Let's see if he plays enough cards to get through it, or if he thinks, oh, here we go, and he pulls them back. Again, pulls them back, relayers the cards there. Again, layering card order, so crucial to any card game. You know, it's not a mystery here, especially Axie Infinity, though, so.
Yeah, Seb's kind of got himself in a little bit of a tough spot here. He did have the energy in hand last turn to take that kill, but he just played just a little bit too low damage.
And he's going to come up short yet again. He's going to come up short yet again. Yeah. Still breaking the shield of the plant, though, to give that bonus damage for the beach. That's a beach for sure.
Yeah, that plant just keeps putting up just a little bit more shield than what Seb's expecting to see. And, really has Thunder in an amazing spot in this battle.
Yeah, exactly. And as you see, he's got to play the snail shell because of the threat from the reptile just being able to kind of hit him, take a free shot at him here. Again, like you said, a couple turns back, he had the energy, he had the cards, wasn't able to find the turn. Wasn't able to find the kill. Still wasn't able to find the kill. Had to play another snail shell. So not exactly maybe the most ideal spot he wants to be in as we get down to this 1v1. But this is exactly what this bug was meant to do here in a 1v1 situation. So let's see who can pull it off. This is going to be so huge. The layering here for Thunderstruck, how to hit the damage, how to avoid the snail shell. As you see, the cards already. Here's where we get into it. 1v1. It's Blood Moon. It's our first Blood Moon game in a long time. We haven't had a lot of games get this far, so I love this right here. As you see, only the bulk work being played out by the reptile there for Thunderstruck. Mosquito crit. Mosquito crit. Needed that. Damn. Needed that crit. Going with the snail shell follow-up, double Mosquito as well, so he's completely full. And look at this Reflectile all the way down to 122. A huge play right there by Seb, making up for those misplays of a few turns ago here. But again, going to be a huge turn here. Thunderstruck with all the cards, all the energy. How are we going to layer this here? How do you get through this? Is it going to be enough damage? Double shield here. What an interesting turn, as you can see. Not everybody locked in. This is, again, the gears are turning. Let's see how this goes. A double Tiny.
No,
he's going to miss the bulk.
It's going to be over right here.
I don't know. This is a lot of shield. Double snail shell. Not going to be enough to get through the shield, and the Blood Moon is coming. The Blood Moon is coming, though.
Yes, sir.
Only going to do
Bam.
Only going to do the job. What an incredible game there. Wow. Our first Blood Moon of the day. Seb able to kind of bounce back from maybe a potential misplay there, not killing the plant, wait for it, not killing the plant again, and still able to force this huge crit on that Mosquito, getting the most damage it can, getting the most value possible. The biggest crit, obviously, Cattail crit, Mosquito crit, and Blood Moon. Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity there for Thunder as well when I think it was the turn where it was Mosquito and Snail Shell came out from Seb. And on Thunder's side, he had the Tiny Dino in hand. He had a little bit of follow-up damage as well. I think in total the bug had like maybe 300 HP. The door was open for Thunder there. He ended up electing to just kind of go with the Bulwark.
Right.
And it didn't pay off. Now we got an even series, 2-2.
Hey, and we couldn't ask for a better start here. Like you said, series tied up 2-2. Got 3 more games to play. Yeah, there we go. That's 4. 7 minus 4 does happen to be 3. So I'm excited for this next game. I'm excited to see if we see any team comps get switched up. We've seen Thunder run this Reptile twice in a row and drop 2 games. I'm excited to see what he brings out because, again, nobody had an easy road here to the finals, right? Nobody's road was easy. There was tens of thousands of players that tried to qualify for this road to AxieCon. And now that he's here, you look at his route through the upper bracket, cruised through a lot of series. He cruised through a lot of series up there. And originally, if you remember, I believe Zero touched on it earlier, actually defeated Seb 3-1 in what looked like a pretty handed series, honestly, for Thunderstruck earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, and going back to that series, actually, first game gets decided by 7 HP. Second game gets decided by 4 HP. So at that point, Thunder's up 2-0. Seb comes back, wins the next game, only has 7 HP left. So, like, these games between these two players have been down to the wire. Also got to mention, Seb representing Meditate and Thunder representing Axie GG.
Absolutely. Two of the top esports guilds going right now in anything, any space. So absolutely, the representation here has been nothing short of amazing. You look at all these guilds who are coming together, putting on for their esports teams, getting their guys here, again, supporting these esports players. That's something that Jason Lake spoke on earlier in his panel, was supporting these esports players, supporting these teams, and empowering them to come out and perform at a game like this. As we just got the thumbs up here, love this little camaraderie here between the players. You know, they're competing at a high level, but at the same time, hey, they're no strangers to one another. They're professionals, and more importantly, class acts.
100%. And I mean, I couldn't think of any better way to send off V2 than to have a best of 3 between these two titans.
Right. It really comes down to this. The next person to win these next 2 games, I mean, and here we go with a huge switch by Thunder to put that shrimp in the back line. This is a comp that we've seen have a lot of success as well in almost every tournament that we've casted. This is an available comp for a lot of players. Sometimes it doesn't get played a lot. You see a lot of dusks and a lot of reflectiles. But now that Seb won these games with this bug, it's a no-brainer play to put this shrimp in here. Because if you look, Thunderstruck's got that same bug in the midline. The play here is to pull the aggro to that backline shrimp with that eggshell, sack off the aqua, and let the bug take it home.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if he's able to get the early shrimp onto the bug in the backline and wipe that thing out. And then on the flip side, if Seb's going to kind of read when that comes out and put up some shield to try to keep that thing alive. Because if Thunder dives to that backline and he doesn't secure that kill, could absolutely change the outcome of the game. So going to be interesting to see how this battle plays out.
Yeah, one thing to take note here, very, very interesting decision. A lot of times when you see shrimp players, again, that shrimp aqua in the back for Thunderstruck, look at his card draw right now. He has 2 already, so the potential's there, definitely. But interestingly enough, instead of saving on round 1, he's using all 3 energy. He's throwing cards out right now. A lot of times you'll see players hold that round 1, especially with a draw like that, so very interesting to see how this is going to turn out here.
Yeah, you can see Seb kind of grinding over the decision.
Both players, round 2, though, ready to just absolutely swing into it.
Seb choosing to go a little bit more passive here, just trying to kind of gain a little bit of energy, accumulate a couple more cards, see if it kind of pays off.
No go-to value there other than the damage as the Cottontail comes afterwards. That's a huge thing to key in on here, is that these bugs are slower than the Dusks with Goda. So anytime you want to play all the cards that you can to avoid getting your energy destroyed there, but both of these bugs are going to be able to recover that at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really clutch that Seb's front line was able to survive that last attack. If
like 7 HP, the magic number, like you said.
And if he would have lost it, there was the potential that the shrimp could have just flipped over and kind of completely avoided that last stand. So I think a key point in this battle so far is that front line kind of staying up through that attack.
Yeah, as you can see, Thunderstruck here trying to layer the cards, knowing that the Blue Moon, if he gets him into a last stand situation, he could draw, but a crit, hey, didn't quite need it, but the crit was there. Crit coming out from an Aqua, kind of a poor time to dive into the bag of trips for that one. He needed that one a little later, I think.
That's why they're random, right? Like, you never know when they're going to come out, and sometimes they play a big factor, sometimes they don't. In that situation, he had the kill regardless, so doesn't matter, but for anyone counting at home, add one to the crit side for Mr. Thunder.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, the crits being I don't even know. It's like it's almost the bane of V2 a little bit, but also the savior, you know, for a lot of these comps as well. So you can love it, you can hate it, but you cannot deny how it affects the game. Double Parasite coming out here as the follow-up on the side of Seb. Going to take out 2 cards. But the interesting thing about that, into the Cattail. So he's really just going to shuffle those cards. He discards, but again, the Cattail proc and just really shuffling through the deck here. Double eggshell pull on that, actually.
That's what I was just going to say, is that the cards that came off of that, off the Cattail, could actually completely change the play here, because before he obviously didn't have what he needed to be able to dive in that backline. Now he might have that option.
Yeah, it looks like he's still going to just kind of push through the front door. That when you get off to a good lead like that, they both saved round 1, something we did miss, I believe. We got a little distracted. I do believe they both saved round 1 to load up for that round 2 there. And now that he's already committed to going through the front at this point, as you're going to see here. He plays that eggshell, that little aroma there, pulling all the aggro to the back line, saving his front line there. So no revenge cards have made their way to V2 ever, so you're not going to lose that front line quite yet.
No, and Seb's able to hit a discard there as well, and also just drop a decent amount of damage onto that Aqua. Now there's kind of a situation for Thunder that, like, he's probably thinking that if he plays another eggshell, there's a very good chance that he's going to lose his backline. So he's got to kind of pick his spot here, because he might only have 1 shot left with that.
Yeah, but the good thing is the Aqua did live through that initial burst. A lot of times that's, you want that when you sack it the first time. You want a little bit of HP left over, hopefully maybe get another jump. But as we've seen, not even elected to play a shrimp yet. Hasn't attacked that bug. So curious decision. Great kind of counter pick here to the comp, but didn't even really use it the way we suspected to see.
And that's basically a huge aspect of this is not only, like, do you need the right Axies, but to kind of change your strategy as you kind of shift through the game depending on what you draw into. Or, for example, the mind games of just having a shrimp on your team. Your opponent's thinking...
The threat. It's always the threat.
The opponent's thinking that you're going to jump, but if you don't jump, completely changes everything. Maybe your opponent's building up shield on the back line when you're hitting in the front. Like, so many more possibilities kind of come into play.
Absolutely. As we'll see, a huge exchange here. A lot of cards being shown at the moment. Let's see if they follow through. They do. We're going to have an eggshell Piranha followed up with that scale dart there. A lot of damage coming out into the dusk there. Going to go ahead and sack the Aqua in the back, knowing that it was its time to go. We'll see a Parasite exchange here. Oh, not quite able to do a lot of damage. There's the Parasite and the finish on the midline. So now we're in a 1v1 bug situation. Interestingly enough, though, the Aqua parts versus the plant parts. Check out the eyes and ears of these 2 Axies. On the left for Thunderstruck, we got two plant parts. That's extra HP. On the right side here for Seb, we got the Aqua parts with a little HP and a little speed as well. So,
yeah, and in the mirror, you always love to be the person that's going first. And on the last turn, I just want to quickly comment that Seb was able to get the Goda value, so was able to destroy the energy. So we basically have the mirror, both players sitting no energy really. And I would give the advantage probably to the one that has a little bit more speed, but you never know what's going to happen in this type of a situation.
Absolutely. In the history of a lot of Axie Classic history, speed has been a killer. It's a meta that we've seen taking shape, and what's interestingly enough, speed is obviously one of the most important stats here in this game. We'll see it either way. You'll see them go as quick as possible with a Koi Arco Aqua setup, or you'll see them slow it down as much as they physically can with like a bug with plant parts, a reptile with plant parts, things like that. So speed, it kills whether it's fast or slow. Here we go. shakes off the stun there with the Cottontail, a well layered. This is where layering is everything here. What cards are going to be played, what damage is going to be missed because of a miscalculation on the shield put up by the opponent. As we, hey, second Blood Moon game of the day, I definitely think we saw this one coming though.
Oh yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire. 5 energies on Thunderstruck side, 4 energy on Seb's side. I can't wait to kind of see how this plays out. This game is huge to be able to kind of go up.
One thing to pay attention to, though, is that the morale skill as well. The morale skill, I believe, going to be a little lower on the side for Seb with the aqua parts. But so the morale obviously being the skill that affects the amount of crits and how often those crits are going to come out. Look at that layering right there. Perfect. Parasite. Mosquito into the Parasite to then play the Cottontail to shake off the stun and follow up with another card after that. So trying to get the damage, knowing the calculations, doing the math, a subject I was never that good at. Maybe that's why I'm on the table and they're at that table, but hey, as we see here, Seb with a little bit of an HP disadvantage like we kind of predicted due to those, again, aqua parts and not being as tanky.
Yeah, really well played on both players'
Look at this play. Look at this play. Look at this play right here.
I know.
Talk about a mirror. Look at this. This is incredible. Mosquito into the Parasite. I want to say it so bad. We haven't seen one yet. We haven't seen one yet. It's coming. I can feel it. Everybody in the room. It's a matter of time. There's way too many cards being played by bugs back to back to back. It's coming. It's in the Blood Moon though. These players, they're healing. They've got to play their heals. Energy both at 3. I mean, there's not much for us to do right here other than sit and wait and see who's gonna get it, who's getting it. Someone's getting one. Someone is getting one.
This is the craziest thing that could possibly happen in a Game 5 on the biggest stage.
Look at these layers. Look at the cards. I mean, knowing the damage is gonna come out, knowing what to play and what damage to play where. Oh, and here we go. This is actually going to open him up a little bit of a miscalculation there. It looks like as he goes straight through. Because he was stunned, he was able to get damage through that shield of Seb. That's what happened just there. If you're learning V2, you're a little late. We're going to try and catch up and explain as many things we possibly can, but that Blood Moon doing 110 damage. This is a huge turn. This is going to be it right here. Something.
Seb's on the ropes right here.
Exactly. A lot of damage coming out here. And not enough energy, not enough cards. Look, nobody has any cards in hand. And there's the stun.
There it is.
And the game going to Thunderstruck. What a matchup. What a matchup to win. Like we said, the plant HP, I think, was a huge factor in that game right there. Our second Blood Moon game in a row, a mirror match. If you were questioning how good these players are, that should answer it. They were layering the same cards, the same plays, and just, again, Thunderstruck able to win that one over.
Yeah, now he's in a commanding lead in this series. To be up 3 games to 2, Seb's obviously got his back against the wall here. Yeah. All Thunder needs is one more game to become the Axie Classic World Champion. So as we get a little breakdown of the prize pool up here.
Woo!
So total prize pool, $250K. First place, $75K. Second, $50,000. So either way, these players are going home with a nice chunk of change, but we know that what they really want is to be crowned the Axie Classic World Champion. And that's something that no one's going to be able to take away because this is the final V2 event.
Absolutely.
So if you take that crown, you get to wear that crown for life. You get to say, I won at AxieCon for V2, and I am the reigning world champion for Axie Classic. So huge bragging rights.
Absolutely. And again, like the panel touched on, and you said as well, not a better way to send off a game that has got us here. I mean, look at this crowd right now. We're all set. Look, this crowd came out for the esports. I think this is the most full this room has been all weekend long. There's so many competitive players who want to send off V2 in a good note. All these competitive players have been watching these guys grind and grind and grind for the past, month and a half on the road to AxieCon, qualifying as many times as they can. You know, if they get eliminated, trying to go again and again, and it all comes down to a game 6. Hopefully we get a game 7. I'm selfish. I want the content. We all want the content. We want a game 7. Let's hope we can get it. But again, like you said, Thunder in a better position being up in this elimination game.
And now I'm curious to see what kind of changes are going to be made. You know, throughout the kind of like the Swiss rounds, we saw a ton of changes. Basically, like in between every game, there was changes. And so far in the finals, there hasn't been as many changes to the team comps as I've really expected. There's only really been 2. Basically, Seb made the change early on, and now Thunder just made the change back. There's really only been the 2 changes throughout the game so far. So,
right.
I mean, I'm curious to see what they kind of roll up with here in Game 6.
Absolutely. It's something we always touch on when we're casting. I mean, it's something to be noted when you're going in. When you have a pool of Axie, one thing to take into appreciation, look how many different decks that these players are so good with. Like, they're prepared to bring one of 3 to 4 team comps to any situation. So, and I feel like in other, traditional card games, yeah, you have your spread, but you kind of have like a main deck that you're playing with and what you want to play. But you also have to know your opponent in this type of environment where they've played so many times. You know what your opponent likes to play. They know what you like to play. So in a situation where do I want to stick with what I know, what I'm good at, and what I'm comfortable with, or do I want to counter what he's good at, what he's comfortable with, and what he's been showing, this entire road to AxieCon? Again, these guys have faced off multiple times to get right here to the finals again.
Yeah, and if I'm in this situation, I'm going with what I know best at this point. Like, tournament life on the line or potential closing game in the series. I personally would be going with, my top build. Whatever my top build is, whatever I know is what I'm best with. That's where I'm kind of defaulting back to in this situation. Such a big stage, and would want to put it into the best comp that I have.
And here we go, getting into Game 6 here again. Super Sharia versus Thunderstruck. Axie GG versus Meditate. Game 6. As we get ready to get into the game here, we'll take a look and see what changes were made, what comps are going to be brought out. We see a triple Dusk comp brought out by Seb and a double Dusk with that Aqua backliner that we're so familiar with. Again, if you're not familiar with the meta, you're too late. Here it is. You're looking at it right now. This Aqua with the Koi, the Spiky, Arco, and the Piranha over there. But again, on the flip side, one major thing to take note of, the Lunge, the Razor Bite, Cottontail, backline there for Seb. Going to be able to get huge value out of the Razor Bite, as Razor Bite is actually going to heal that Dusk anytime it does damage to that backline Aqua.
Yeah, the Razor Bite into the Aqua here is the one thing that kind of jumps out as we see these players kind of queue up. So we'll see. I would say advantage Seb right now, but we'll see if Thunder is able to pull through. There was one time earlier on in the series where I thought that, there was...
Oh, there, let's go! 229 damage on the first crit. Turn 1 crit, oh my God, I can't even keep up. I can't even do it. Eliminating the front line of Thunderstruck.
Wow.
Wow. We didn't get it last game. I told you it was there.
Take a look at these players.
Hey,
right
look at this. Let's have some fun with it. Hey, these guys, incredible performances, incredible performances. I said it last game. I could feel it. I could feel it in the air. We didn't get it until just now, so I knew it was coming. It had to show up, and it did in a huge way. Not only a crit, but a crit on a bonus damage lunge as well, because he chained 3 lunges there. Insane play, and something you do not want to see if you're on the other end of that.
No, just a massive, massive turn 1 there to be able to secure that kill. And hey, if I'm a betting man, I think we're going to a Game 7 here.
Well, hey, don't speak too soon. Anything can happen here. Thunderstruck can have a few crits of his own. Those Scarabs could hit really, really hard. That Catfish as well, going to offer some sustain in the midline. However, with no more lunge on the field for Thunderstruck, there's not going to be that bonus damage when you chain them together like Seb will have available to him. And look at this play right here. This is going to be huge, huge value if he can get these Godas off from Seb. He's going to take both energy remaining. Piranha into the Koi, another lunge, double Scarab coming. It's not going to be enough damage here. Doesn't find
imagine.
it. Oh, did you feel that?
I know.
Did you
I
feel
felt
that?
Yeah.
Everybody was waiting.
Like, oh my God.
And look at that huge go to value right there, taking both energy away from Thunderstruck. Seb putting his foot on the gas and not looking back right here.
Yeah, green light special for him right now. He's just, tank is fully open and he's cruising.
Again, he's got a huge thing to notice right here is that this midline is actually faster than the backline for Seb. So the midline is going to be able to heal off this Catfish before the Scarab comes out.
And also going to be able to secure the kill as well.
Yeah.
So just huge value to be able to heal and secure that kill there.
Yeah, this will definitely help him secure the kill right here. He does end up finding the kill either way. Wasn't enough on the heals from the Catfish. So a 2v1 situation in what I would refer to as an uphill battle here for Thunderstruck.
Another energy destroy on the Goda as well. So there's been 3 energy that have been destroyed by Seb in addition to that massive crit. So talk about just the stage setting itself absolutely perfectly as we kind of get through this Game 6.
And And there it is, where he takes it. Thunderstruck knows. Thunderstruck knows what time it is as we're getting ready for a Game 7, baby. Let's go.
God. It doesn't
Game
get any
7
more hype than
in
this.
the
Let's
grand
go,
finals of the V2 Classic here. Hey, honestly, everybody take a second. Let's all get one. Hydrate, people. It's been a long week. It's the last day of AxieCon here, and what a huge turnout. We said there was no better way. I've been corrected. There is now no better way to send off V2 than with a Game 7 with two of the top players in the world.
Yeah, you couldn't script this any better. This is exactly what you want to see. Two of the most amazing players from two of the top guilds.
Jeez.
And it goes into, after playing 6 games, we literally go down into 1 game, winner take all, to be the Axie world champion. But quickly, just to go back to that game 6, when that crit popped off, I don't know if anybody noticed, but Seb right away. And then on Thunder's side, he just...
Hey, what can you do?
You can't do anything. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing that you can do. But just the body language on the players after that. But it's almost like it was fate to get to this Game 7. Like,
absolutely.
Somebody coded in the game client that, like, we got to go to Game 7 here and just smack that crit right now.
RNG host blessed us with that one, that's for sure.
Bless Seb.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I guess us too, because now we get Game 7.
I guess, yeah, that's a great way to put it. We're here for the content, right? We're here to give the people a good show. So, as you can see right here, Game 7, I might take a minute to look over my team as well. As we can see, kind of getting a little behind the scenes look here. Everybody just inspecting each other's Axie. What is he going to play? What's he going to do? How am I going to counter it? Something we talk about a lot. That mental chess in between games. These guys are playing chess, not checkers. They are thinking, if I'm comfortable with this, he knows I'm comfortable with this, so he's going to counter with this. But I can counter that team with this team, and they're just going to spin the wheel until they finally land on a team. And the big reveal, I can't wait to see what teams get selected and the initial reaction, the big reveal. That's been great. Every single time we've seen a team comp change, the crowd reaction loves it. It's been incredible so far. So,
yeah, so many layers to the thinking at this point. Like, it's always a mental battle. But I mean, when you're in Game 7, you're on the main stage. There's so much on the line. Like, those mind games go up like 10 notches.
I could not imagine trying to put on a performance and keep my composure. And I can't even keep my composure on stream with 10 viewers, let alone a room full of people live in person. So an incredible feat by these guys here for sure. Again, top of the line professional esports athletes here. So,
yeah, absolutely. And quickly, just want to shout out Thunder representing Scotland, Seb from Argentina. So representing, their communities, representing their countries.
Absolutely, representing everything.
Representing the guilds as well. Like, there's just, let's get
hey, give them a round of
applause
applause
for that.
Let's get some juice. It's Game 7, baby. Again, just seeing a little bit behind the scenes here, looking at his teams, looking at the other teams. Again, just window to window. I'm sure they wish they had 3 or 4 more monitors to go over all this, but locking in here again, just the ability to adapt, I think, is one of the most impressive things that I've seen from every single one of these players. Again, the discipline, the preparation, and the ability to adapt to whatever situation that comes up and still be able to play at the highest level in Lunacia. So.
Yeah, the versatility that these players have, like they literally could bust out any 3 Axies from their 10 and play it super, super well. I don't think you could even count, like, there has really been perfection coming from these players.
Here we go. Let's get some hype for these guys as we get ready to go into Game 7.
Baby. Let's go, hype.
The team comps have been selected. The dual, I believe, invitation sent out, and here we go as we get ready to get in. Let's reveal the team comps. Who's got it? Who doesn't? Again, I love that the bug play coming out on the side of Seb, but the Aqua coming out from Thunderstruck here. Double Dusk in the middle for both. Again, we're not seeing anything new. This is Game 7. This is the game. Double Go to look like coming out early here with that lunge. That's going to come out on the side of Thunderstruck here from the left.
Very similar front and mid lines, and then obviously you key in on that Koi Aqua in the back line playing into that bug. I think Thunder's in a great spot here, but anything can happen.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it will happen. If it's going to come out, it's going to come out right now. There's no bigger moment.
No need to speculate. No need to do anything. This is the last game of V2 that we're going to watch live, probably live, and it's a Game 7 with $75,000 on the line. Double go to play, taking both energy away from Seb turn 1. So he says, I'll see your crit from Game 1, and I'll take both your energy there in this game here.
Yeah, amazing start there for Thunder. Almost as good as you can script it. I mean, I would say that's the best that you could possibly want. But then after seeing what happened in Game 6, that's probably the best. But,
yeah,
but to be
very
able
close second.
To be able to destroy the 2 energy there early on in the game, while Seb goes to play a little bit passive, puts him in a huge advantage so far, and we're only in round 2.
Absolutely. We're going to see a nice little exchange here, starting off with that spiky Piranha there on the side of Thunderstruck. Going to kind of chew through, this front line here. Again, double Goda, double Dusk. It's a very two tanky Axies to get through. So.
Yeah, and something that we talked about throughout the earlier rounds as well is having the Timber in the mid line instead of the front line to have the sustain in the mid game instead of the early game. See if that kind of plays a factor here as well.
In return for the lunge here, Seb taking a shot down his front line Axie already. A little 4-2 energy play though, even though he lost 2, Seb up in energy, down in Axie obviously. Cattails coming out. I can feel it in the room right now. Everybody paying attention to every single card that gets put up. You can hear a pin drop if I would shut up.
Such a tense moment here for everybody that's in the room. There's so many eyes on this, and it like we said, just couldn't be a better situation to send off V2.
21, 22 seasons, off seasons, years of this gameplay, LAN tournaments, the Axie Esports, Grant, all of these things come down to this game right here.
Goda finds an energy there, so kind of trying to fight his way out, fight his way back. He's trying to scratch and claw and do whatever he can.
Absolutely, evens it up a little
bit to get back, and he has kind of closed the gap that was created early.
Absolutely. Again, just seeing the gears turn here by both players. Pretty even, a nice little matchup that we've got here. Can't wait to see this exchange and see what gets played. Again, the Bug just kind of chilling on some cards in the back. Got a nice little start if it does get down to that 1v1 situation.
Here we go, round 4, baby.
Arco into the Koi. Only 1 speed up proccing because the Koi didn't get comboed with another Aqua card. So double lunge, not going to be enough to find the kill. No energy to find there. No real cattail value as well. He's got to get ahead here. Seb has got to make a play, kind of get through this, because if that Scarab is still around when it's just the Mosquito, a 2v1 situation, it's going to be a tough go.
Thunder looking real good right now. He's in a great spot, even though Seb does have an energy advantage. But just to be up all that health on the mid line and then have the type advantage in the back line, things are looking good for Thunder.
A lot going to be played out here. Again, another big difference is that Thunder did not bring that plant for the mid line, so the Timber is not going to be able to put up such a brick wall. Still 150 shield, but if you look at the damage available, that Spiky is really, really crucial on that back of the Aqua there, as we see it get played here, doing major damage to the fragile debuff of the shield there. Again, just eliminating, chewing right through it. Able to find the kill on the mid line here. We'll see a Parasite double Cottontail. So he's going to go up to 3 energy here for Seb in this 2v1 situation. It's all coming down to this as we see it getting closer and closer. We're in round 6 of Game 7 here at AxieCon.
Yeah, great damage calculation there on Thunder's side to be able to secure the kill, even though he knew the shield was going to come out, so he dropped the Spiky. Just a great play.
Cattail coming out, doing some big damage, not able to get through the shield. A double discard here, though. Is he able to find the Piranha? He does discard the Piranha, so that'll definitely help his cause here. Not able to discard, not able to get to kill, not able to get to kill right there and take advantage. Now the Catfish is going to come out. Exactly. It's faster than the Bug, so he's going to be able to heal up a little bit here. Going to have enough damage.
The discards were pretty clutch there to be able to toss away that big damage, but going to be interested to see if Seb's able to kind of count the damage and predict the amount of shield that he needs, or the damage that he needs to kind of bust through the shield here. Doesn't want to be in a situation where he was earlier in the series where he wasn't able to take the kill after breaking the shield. So it's absolutely crucial here that he secures this kill. And really interested to see kind of what he decides to play as you can see he's grinding it through right now.
Right, if you look at the Scarab that's going to come out here from this, it's going to put a real damper on things. And there's a crit on a Catfish. Huge damage there coming out.
Not going to be able to find the kill after that, that's for sure.
Wow, and he's able to live the mid line there. He's got to find something here. He's got to find a crit of his own here, I believe. Again, the Scarab not able to heal up, preventing the Mosquito from getting its true value, as a lot of cards are going to be played here. 4 energy, 6 cards in hand. We'll see how he layers it here. He's got the Cottontails available. As we see, I expect the other one to come out so he can maintain that energy lead. He's going to need every single bit of it.
The crit on the Catfish there. Holy, not only does he get the bonus damage, but he also gets the additional
bonus healing. Insane, insane time for a crit. Like you said, that discard was huge. It only left the Catfish available. As we see some major damage coming out here. Oh, wow.
Big damage.
Doesn't have the ability to heal up again. That Scarab being huge right here. He'll finally find the kill in the mid lane. Able to shake off the Scarab. He's got to be able to heal. Is there enough shield to be able to sustain?
Interesting, because Thunder's going to have to shake the stun, and then he's probably going to end up stunned again, you would think. So it's
a very, very interesting position to be in right here if you're Thunderstruck.
Still in a great spot in the battle, but
the Parasite, look at the Parasite, how it's affected this game. He's got 4 energy, and he's only got 3 cards to show for it as well, so not even a lot of options to play. It's going to be hard to shake it off. You've got to shake it off with the Spiky, play the Crimson just to what? Shake it off the next stun, and as you can see, he doesn't play anything. He elects to save here. Good play, and a crit on the Mosquito! A crit on the Mosquito for Seb to answer it. Absolutely huge to get one of his own. Double Mosquito, Parasite, Snail Shell coming out. Absolutely huge there.
Oh my, this is crazy.
Arco, here we go. Let's see how this layers. It's going to come down to this. Absolutely monster. Just like what you said, for Thunderstruck to get a crit on the healing card, Seb gets one of his own.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely insane.
We don't need to say anything right now.
Let it sit.
No.
Let it sit. Let it marinate a little bit. Wow. I cannot believe the timing of that. And here we go. We're off for what could be a final exchange here. Koi into the Piranha. He shakes off the stun with an Arco, follows up with another Arco. He's got the double speed, doesn't need it. 49 HP. Double Mosquito coming. He's got the Piranha. Not enough damage to start. Not enough damage.
We're going
76.
One more turn.
26 HP remaining on this Aqua. This is absolutely insane. Again, the Parasites, though, not a lot of cards available for Thunderstruck. The Parasites have been absolutely paramount. Double Snail Shell here. He just has to live.
Oh my God.
He just has to live.
Oh my God.
But look at this play. Look at this play.
I know.
He's going to Koi, and then he's going to hit the Spiky, and then he's going to hit the Piranha after that. Oh my God. I don't have a voice. I can't even do it.
Oh my God. Here we go.
Here we go. And the exchange. The Koi into the Spiky, into the Piranha. 12 HP. He's got 12 HP. He had 12 HP left. What a play. What a play. Insane. Absolutely insane. The stun. Amazing. Amazing game. Oh my God. Incredible. As the Meditate boys flood the stage. What a game. What a game, boys. What a game.
Congratulations. Oh,
the Mosquito crits.
Woo!
Wow.
All right, boys, let me get to it. Let me get to it.
Hey, let's get the winner. We got to get the winner. Let's get him. Let him celebrate. Amazing. Amazing.
Here it is. Team Meditate celebrating big. Seb, come on over, buddy. Take the trophy. Hold it high, bud. Hold it high.
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, your first and last Axie Classic World Champion. Thank you. Woo! Seb, how are you? How's it feel? Share your thoughts.
I mean, I was thinking I was going to lose through the whole match. And then things happened. Couple crits here and there. You know, if you've seen a TikTok I've made about crits, like how everybody hates them, but sometimes it's equally loved. In my case, it went my way. I'm super happy. I'm super thankful for everyone who supported me all the way here. You know all who you are. I don't want to get it's too extensive, the list of thankful.
Absolutely. 21 seasons of Axie Classic. This guy has been grinding his ass off, and so well deserved. Maybe you want to take a moment, anything from Axie Classic memory you want to pull out of the bank. This is it. Axie Classic is done after this. You're the first world champion and the last world champion. What an honor. Wow, how do we close this out, dude? I don't even know. My heart was racing that entire time.
Super intense. The last turns, like I think okay, I lost. I just gonna play my cards, and then all of a sudden, well, maybe Mosquito Creed, I have a chance now. No, this was the best experience ever in playing Axie for sure. Like all the event was super nice, super well run. Especially the stage. I would like to, next time to play every moment in the stage, because it's like a way different experience.
Absolutely. Dude, thank you.
Yeah, I loved it. Thanks.
Thank you.
One last thing. It doesn't take any of my honor to be crowned the world champion, but I want to say a words about everyone who couldn't come here. Axie Infinity Worlds without Philippines is like, I don't know, World Championship without USA in basketball or something like that. So my hearts go out to everyone who qualified and couldn't make it here. I'm sure there will be more opportunities for you to come. And yeah, I wanted to say that.
Absolutely. Very well said. I know there's many people watching at home that feel that. And absolutely, we have our eye on Asia. So for those of you ready, keep waiting. One last question for you, Seb. Are you ready for Axie Origin?
Yes, now I don't have excuses. I'm going to play Origin. And the first, I was skeptical because, as you can see, I love V2 so much. So it was hard for me to go play Origin when I can play V2 because I really love it. But, well, now I'm going to play Origin, I guess.
All right. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Seb. Congratulations again. Well played. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a break, but don't go anywhere. Axie Origin is up next on this stage.